Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good morning and welcome to the City Council meeting for June 18th, 2025. I'm Deputy Mayor for the month of June. Happy Pride, happy Indigenous History Month, happy Seniors Month, happy Bike Month, and happy every other kind of thing that's happening this month. I hope you're all out there enjoying the warm weather. There's many things going on here. Italian Heritage Month, you name it. The list is very long, but just want to wish everybody so far happiness with the celebrations they're attending as we have this brief window of warm weather in our country. On that note, and before I begin, a couple of things, and then we'll do a ceremonial activity, and then I'll get to the agenda. Just want to say who's here. Councillor Huang, Councillor Chattison, Councillor Nan, Councillor Beattie, Councillor Clark, Councillor Pauls, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Francis are all joining me here in chambers, and Councillor Maureen Wilson is joining us online. The mayor is at, if I have it right, a biotechnic or biotechnical conference of some kind in Boston, so can't be here today, which is why I'm chairing. And Councillor Craig Cassar can't be here today because he's at the Alpha annual meeting. For those who don't know what Alpha is, it's for local public health authorities. I couldn't be there, of course, even though I am the chair of the Public Health Subcommittee. Yes, I'm here doing this. So thanks to Craig for being there and supporting the city's efforts in public health. Before we get into the agenda, we're going to do ceremonial activity first. Ceremonial activity is item 4.1. Before we get to that, we're going to stand for O Canada as our first ceremonial activity. So I'll ask everyone to do that at this time. Thanks very much. We have one more ceremonial activity before we get into our agenda properly. It's a certificate of appreciation for lifelong dedication to amateur sport to Rick Joselyn. Councillor Pauls, please join me at the podium to present the certificate of appreciation for lifelong dedication to amateur sport to Mr. Joselyn. Councillor Pauls is going to speak, and then we'll have Rick come up to the podium. Councillor Pauls.
Boy, okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to start. First of all, I just want to say it's a privilege for me to represent this award. And the reason is that I was asked, I don't know if Sam Marula is here, but because I want to thank Sam Marula because he brought it to our attention. And he told me a story that I want to tell you. He said that when he was a little child, that he was bullied a lot. And he always went by the studio there, that school of the karate school, and he thought, one day I'm going to go in there. And he went in there, but he told Rick that he had no money. He says, I don't know if my parents could afford it. And you know what Rick did? It doesn't matter. You come and join. And he joined, and he said, Sam Marula, he was one of our counselors, and he said that that changed his life. And one kind act changes people's life, and I think that is so important. So thank you. I know Sam said he was going to try to make it here, so I wanted to acknowledge him. So thank you for that. I just want to share a little bit about Rick. Rick Joselyn is a well-known Hamilton sport icon, celebrated not just for impressive athletic achievements, but also a huge heart, which you just heard about. He's generously shared his knowledge with others and mentored thousands of young people's life. How important is that, to be a role model? Rick's martial arts school was opened in 1967, almost 60 years ago. I want to tell you, it's right across from Alpine, and I want to tell you, my husband and my father-in-law had business on concession. We would always walk by, and there would be a lineup of kids going in there. There would be, and I would say, wow, it's amazing. So I remember those days. It remains a Concession Street landmark, becoming one of Canada's most highly respected mixed martial arts schools. Rick is a Hamilton Sport Hall of Fame inductee, a 3-time Canadian karate champion, an 8th-degree black belt in karate, a member of the Canadian Karate Hall of Fame, and a world-class kickboxing official who has refereed over 30 championship matches. Now, Rick has found within himself physical and mental courage, determination, and discipline. But for his work on his own spiritual journey, he has also been rewarded in unimaginable ways to enjoy a depth of faith he never dreamed possible. This faith offered him affirmation greater than any medal he's received and makes his heart shine like a brilliant gold. That's your faith. Rick is a Hamiltonian who puts Hamilton on Canadian martial arts map. We celebrate you as one of Canada's most noteworthy athletes and applaud you as a treasure to inspire us all. I want you, before you come down to receive the award, you have a story about him, how his faith journey, you have to read every word of it. It will change your life as well. So Rick, please come down. Rick is going to say a few words, but he wanted me to type out his speech because his voice is a little bit sometimes hard to hear. So Rick, welcome, and I love your story.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Today I'm honored, and I'd like to thank Madame Mayor, City Council, and staff and members of the public. It is of great pleasure to be here with you today. I got the most beautiful walk to come to death than a man could ever dream. So I always just say, whatever faith you have, practice your faith, because we will all come to a time when we can actually, if we really believe what we believe, die the most beautiful walk to heaven that you can imagine. And that's what I've done. And I'm living a miracle, to be honest about it. I just like to take this time also to thank the nurses and the doctors at St. Peter's Hospital, because I went there to die. And it was the most beautiful spot in the world. The love and the kindness, the adoration, the staff. I met over 30 nurses. I've never seen such people who are in the right line of work to give you kindness, love, when you're at your most demise of life and embarrassment. and they make you feel like you're in heaven. So, I just want to say thank you to one of my most beautiful nurses, Ashley, and her husband, Kenny, who took me out to the Red Lobster for dinner to celebrate my freedom from St. Peter's death ward. And it's definitely a miracle. I want to thank Dr. Jordan Frenier, who I go down and visit every week or two. He comes down and gives me a hug and we talk. Because of faith, they believe, but they don't practice it with their career. But they're the most beautiful, loving doctors you'll ever meet. And Dr. Tatahachi is another one of the loving doctors at St. Peter's. And I just want to give them an appreciation note. The most loving people you could ever meet in your life. So that got through pretty good. I was so nervous coming down here. But anyway, I'm truly honored to receive this award, especially here in this city where I've been in business and serving the community since 1967. It means so much to me to be recognized in a place I call home my entire life. Over the years, I've had the privilege of training 40,000 students. Sports has always been more important than just work to me. They've been a way to give back, build character, and stay connected to the community. This award is especially meaningful as I continue my 9-year journey battling cancer. Through it and all, my faith has been my anchor and continues to grow stronger each day. Thank you for this award. It truly means a lot to me. I've always tried to give something meaningful to the community and to each student I work with, and I'm grateful for this day today. There have been a few newspaper articles written about my walk with faith in God. You may find them interesting, and I'd love to share them with you. Just speak to me after, and I'd gladly give you a copy, and they have some spare copies here. So I just finish it with saying, whatever faith you have, practice it, show love and kindness, because when your day comes, and it will certainly come, it can be the most beautiful time of your life. So I rejoice now. I've been out of St. Peter's Hospital. I walked out of the death ward. They gave me a month to live. And I had cancer on this side. They gave me a month to live, or I could get an operation. They would shrink the cancer tubes to my brain, 2 spots. And it would give me 2 to 3 months quality life. And the doctors were crying. And I wanted to die at that time. I thought, well, I'll feel it, be able to whisper his name. I took the operation, and they gave me 2 to 3 months to live. And can you imagine? I lived the 2 or 3 months, and over that period of time, I prayed with 10 people. Some of them you probably all know that died in the last 4 months at St. Peter's. And as I was praying for these people, every one of them at one time would hold my hand, and we would pray. A day or two later, they would pass. And as I was doing that, growing and getting stronger, I started to walk with a cane. I started getting stronger. And then I walked out of St. Peter's Hospital. I'm in my 10th month out. I'm walking. I'm in golf balls. I'm not as good as I was. But I'm rejoicing in whatever faith you have. Practice your faith, because your day will come, as we all see. And if you can feel the loving comfort that I have. It has to be God's presence to come to death and feel rejoiced. So whatever you believe, practice your faith. I prayed with a lot of Muslims and different people. And if we don't sway someone to believe what we believe, then I believe you have the right faith. But when you take your faith and you push it on me, that I have to believe yours, you don't believe in your own. And I believe in this beautiful walk with Jesus Christ. And I do not condone someone else's faith. If that's their wish, that be their wish. But the walk I'm walking is such a devastating miracle. And this presence of me to explain this to you today, as you see loved ones dying, isn't it going to be beautiful if you can see them die like I've seen the dead people I prayed with die, with dignity, happiness, and a belief of a creator. Move your finger, move your next finger, your baby finger, and you don't believe in a beautiful creator. The magic of our system and the love we share is so relevant. So whatever your faiths be, I told you what mine is, and I stand by that. But I question no man's faith. That's not for me to judge, is it? But the way I'm coming to passing, what I'm sharing with you today, speaks volumes. And that's what I want to leave with you. So whatever faith you practice, practice it. Hug your loved ones, share things. I was out golfing the other day with my boys. The most wonderful day of my life. And we don't get those chances to say goodbye. How many parents just pass? And yet I've had months and weeks to be able to hug, kiss, say goodbye, and share a story. So that's the presence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I give you this. Thank you. You're very... I just want to say faith can move mountains. Very good.
Thank you, Rick, and thank you, Councillor Pauls. We're now going to get on to the business of our meeting today. The first item is the approval of our agenda, item number 1. Before we get into the approval of the agenda, if there are no objections, I'd like to add a private and confidential matter to the agenda in order to discuss the Code of Conduct complaint process. Just looking around to see if there are any objections to that. Not seeing any. Any other amendments to today's agenda? Not seeing it. I'm not seeing.
We are in a water fight for fairness, equity.
If you'd let me finish the start of this meeting, sir, I'd appreciate it. Sir, I'd ask you to please let me finish the beginning part of this meeting. I'll make a statement specifically addressing the conduct in our chamber today. So please hold off. We can't have a meeting if we don't have an agenda. Can I have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda by show of hands? Oh, I apologize, pardon me. There was a minor thing going on with Bill 129, not Bill 129 at the provincial level, but our own bylaws and bills, that we just have to make that adjustment to add that in there as we hadn't done so before with respect to filling the Ward 8 seat. Quick question from Councillor Clark before we move to the approval of our agenda.
Mayor, you made a comment about going in camera to discuss the code of conduct process.
Yep.
Are we getting legal advice on it?
I'll be asking for legal advice, yes.
Can we not do that in public?
The advice I've been given is no, that we cannot, because it's about an identifiable individual.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And before I apologize profusely, by the way, for doing the agenda kind of out of order here. I did that because I wanted to make sure that we could have ceremonial activities for Mr. Joselyn first, but failed as a result to read the land acknowledgement, which you should read at the beginning of every meeting, especially during National Indigenous History Month. So apologies for that. I'm going to do that right now, and then we'll get to the vote on the approval of the agenda. The City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. The land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase in 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. I want to let everybody know that, in case you don't know, there'll be a celebration by the City of Hamilton with Indigenous folks at the waterfront at the All Our Relations installation on June 21st. So you're welcome to join us there. On to that point, now that we've discussed the agenda, all those in favor of the agenda for today? Thank you. Before we get on to the rest of our business, that carries, by the way. And before we get into the rest of our business, a couple things. For the last few meetings, we've dealt with sustained interruptions of different kinds that have not only made it difficult for us to conduct our business, but have also included comments made that directly and inappropriately target our staff, sometimes extremely inappropriately through the use of signs. I'll not be entertaining this activity during today's council meeting. I will also not be spending time going back and forth calling people out of order routinely and taking up hours of our time to do so. If there is any persistent interruption today, the use of megaphones or any inappropriate signs, I'll simply recess the meeting and we'll hold the remainder of the meeting elsewhere without the public in attendance. I'd prefer not to have to do this, but we have obligations to our staff and to the public to ratify decisions and carry out our business as a city. I see right now there's a sign up here with mentioning our staff. If you don't take it down, we'll recess the meeting.
We did not get the QP deal.
No problem. We're going to recess the meeting.
We got 7.9, they got 12.75 4 years ago.
The meeting is recessed.
We're asking for payment
Welcome back to the City Council meeting for June 18th, 2025. Still Deputy Mayor Councillor for Ward 2, Cameron Kretsch. Never felt as close to you all as I do right now, quite literally. We're going to resume our meeting. Before we begin our meeting, just want to let everyone know that I neglected to note that Councillor Clark was not in favor of the additional item to be added in the closed session and wanted his vote recorded as no, so saying that for the official record. At this time, we're on to item number 2, which is declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest for the items on today's agenda? Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Item number 9.6, 9.7 of the Planning Committee. Upon advice of the Integrity Commissioner, I'm declaring a non-disqualifying interest as my sister-in-law works at Johnston Chrysler in a clerical role, and that the owner of Johnston Chrysler is the owner of the properties involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Any other declarations of conflicts of interest to declare at today's meeting? Not seeing any. We'll go on to the next item, which in this case is the approval of the minutes of our previous meeting from May 28th, 2025. Can I have a motion, a mover and seconder to approve that? Councillor Spadafora, Councillor Francis. Any discussion on the minutes from our previous meeting? Not seeing any. All those in favor with a show of hands? That's everyone. That carries. Thank you very much. We're on now to items for information. First one is BOH 25016, Establishment of the Semi-Autonomous Board of Health. This is a motion to receive for information. We've already had the discussion and deliberation at council twice now. Need a mover and seconder to receive the information. Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Nan. Is there any discussion on the memo in front of us today? Not seeing any speakers in the queue? It's okay. I do see Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jackson, I heartily recognize you.
I sense there's a backhanded compliment in there somewhere, Acting Mayor, but thank you. I know you've said that we have had 2 good debates on this matter, and this is, of course, about establishment of the Semi-Autonomous Board of Health, and I know it's had royal assent in the legislature, and so this is just that type of update for us of what's happened at the provincial level, and everything is full steam ahead. I just want to have a recorded vote through you to City Clerk Trenum. Can I ask for a recorded vote even on items for information through you, Acting Mayor, please?
Yep, so through you, Deputy Mayor, you can request a recorded vote on any of the items, yes.
Thank you. I just want to make a couple of comments, only because it's relevant to this information report, Acting Mayor Kretsch. So think back now a month ago, before royal assent, the Public Health Subcommittee had 2 items on its agenda. One it approved unanimously, to my knowledge, which was to alter and adjust and or eliminate tailgate parties at the football stadium. The other item was just placed as a petition in terms of a request from the community for safe injection sites at libraries. Here's my concern and why I just want a final recorded vote against. Now with the semi-autonomous board and in my discussions with the medical officer of health, Dr. Richardson, since that time, this body, this collective elected body of council, the 16 seats, will no longer have any sway or influence or be a final arbiter over any policy decisions that the semi-autonomous board of health wishes to conduct itself in and deliberate on. In other words, if the tailgate party issue had come up now after royal assent, we would have at this body, to my understanding in discussions with the MOH, would never have come to this body for a final check and balance. And we know what happened on that issue, Acting Mayor Kretsch. It was a unanimous decision, to my knowledge, at the Public Health Subcommittee. And of my 6 council colleagues on there, 5 at council did a switcheroo, and only 1 stayed true to their original decision at the Public Health Subcommittee. I only say that because of the final check and balance that council provided, and we know what ended up happening, in my humble opinion, in the right way with the tailgate party. So in the future, all council will have now, in terms of its decision-making and authority, will be appointing the MOH and approving the final public health budget. We will now, as of this moment in time, lose all control and say or influence over any future policy decisions that could affect our community. Yes, we have 6 colleagues there and a public school trustee representative, but we also have 6 unelected appointed citizens at large. As great as their resumes might be from the healthcare and public health sector, still they're unelected, they're appointed, and it scares me to think that of 13 votes at that now semi-autonomous Board of Health, all you need is 7, a combination of elected and appointed that can now change policy and course of action in the city, and this collective body will never get a chance again to have some say on it. So for all of those reasons, I just want one last time to be recorded as opposed to this direction. Thanks for your indulgence, Acting Mayor.
And on this, thank you very much, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I listened very carefully to the words of my colleague. And while I usually agree with him on many things, I would not use the term switcheroo, the old switcheroo. It's pretty disrespectful. Councillors make a decision based on the information that they've received and the consultations that they've had, then they're making a decision based on their good conscience. We all have that right. To use that term somehow minimizes that and makes it more of a political decision. The question to, I'm assuming, legal or the city manager? So what defines city policy and what will now define public health policy?
Since I know this has already been something that's come up, I think I'll pass this on to the acting medical officer of health just to answer what items remain. I think what you're asking is in council's control, right?
I didn't ask the acting medical officer of health. I asked the city manager or the city solicitor.
Oh, okay. Pardon me. I thought you said the medical officer of health. Sorry. If the city solicitor or city manager wants to answer the question, go for it.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair. So the question is, what are council accountabilities under the new legislation?
No, the question is, how do we delineate public health policy versus city policy?
Through the chair, that's a very good question.
That's why I asked it. Perhaps I could suggest that we get an information report providing that delineation.
That would be helpful, through the chair.
Thank you. Is a motion necessary for that, Deputy Mayor?
You just moved one. Does somebody want to second that? Seconded by Councillor Nan. She was fastest on the draw, and I think it's to have an information report to delineate the responsibilities as outlined by Councillor Clark. We all heard that. It's moved and seconded by Councillor Nan. I will just do a show of hands, I believe.
Sorry, can I?
Pardon me, I apologize.
Sorry, through the chair, may I interrupt? It's not about responsibilities around how do we delineate between public health policy and council policy.
Yes, thank you. And we do need an electronic vote for this, and so we will take that electronic vote now that we have a mover and seconder. And the vote is up. See your screen. And that carries 13-0. Also, just let people know the microphones work a little bit differently in this room. So I know what we often do as councillors is we leave our microphones on while we're still speaking. I'd recommend actually you don't do that. And so when you're done speaking, just turn it off and then turn it back on again. There's also a hard lockout in the room with the microphones if you have too many on. So just letting people know that as well. That motion carries. We're back to the main item. Any other discussion on the item for information that we're receiving at this time? Councillor Beattie, I apologize. So Councillor Maureen Wilson, I apologize. Yep. Sorry, I have my back to you, Councillor Maureen Wilson. I apologize.
Thank you. Through the chair, just looking for some procedural guidance because this item has been thoroughly reviewed. There has been a mountain of public consultation, but I believe some statements have been made that I would like to address in terms of consequence of this move, and I'd like to know if I'm able to respond to those right now.
Yeah, we're able to discuss items for information. Councillor Jackson did so. If you wish to discuss this item for information, you're welcome to do so, and then we'll have the vote. I don't see any other speakies. Oh, pardon me, Councillor Beattie is after you. Go ahead.
Thank you. The request for a change in how the Board of Health is the representation thereon has been on the books since the 1970s, 1980s. Originally, that wish was rooted in a clear factual evidence that Indigenous persons across Canada, their rights, their health conditions, their social determinants of which they were living and continue to live were not being identified, not being validated, and not being addressed within the realm of public health. Those outcomes continue today. And I'm afraid to have to say this, but the consequence of a lack of equity in public health is not just that you don't get to pop a beer in a parking garage. The consequence is actually death. Black women more likely than white women to be unattended with respect to their maternal health. Racialized individuals, not their circumstances not be attended during COVID. If we want to hold up the trust and confidence, which we talk about so much in our institutions, then we have to be willing to acknowledge that not all members of the public are represented at these tables. And if we want to uphold trust and confidence in our initiatives to save lives, to prolong lives, to make lives better, then I think the next best thing is to reform those institutions such that we are able to put a diversity of voices around the table. I think we need to get real about the consequences here, both in terms of our institutions and the validity of those institutions in the eyes of the public, and the consequences of not having representation. And it is death when it comes to public health, premature death. Thank you.
At this time, I don't see any further speakers on the list, and so we will have an electronic vote on this item to receive. And the vote is up. And that vote carries, sorry, 1 second, I'm looking at the wrong screen actually. Apologies. That vote carries 9-4. We're now on to committee recommendations. Item number 7 on our agenda. Starting with the Public Works Committee from June 9th, 2025, PWC 25007. At this time, I'd like to call on Councillor Pauls for a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Works Committee minutes.
Through the chair is moved by myself, Esther Paul, second by Matt Francis, the vice chair, that the PWC 25007 being the minutes of the Public Works Committee meeting held on Monday, June 9, 2025, item 7.1 be received and the recommendation contained therein be approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any discussion on the Public Works minutes? I'm looking at the speakers list and don't see folks, but I do see a nodding of the head, and we'll go first to Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd just like to go to item 10.4, which is portable toilets to support the Stony Creek Little League in various city parks in Ward 9. I wanted to thank Councillor Beattie and Councillor Francis for moving this motion for me. I believe we're utilizing funds from the Stony Creek compensation royalties. This is a Little League, I guess it's a really one of the biggest tournaments that they have in a year, and it's coming to Hamilton. And we wanted to ensure that there was the appropriate facilities in all of those parks. So thank you both to the movers and thank you to the committee members for supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the Public Works Committee report? I'm not seeing anyone. We'll go to an electronic vote. And that vote is up. And that vote carries 13-0. We're on to item 7.2 on our agenda, the Planning Committee for June 10th, 2025, PLC 25008. Councillor Huang, now please have a motion with respect to the Planning Committee report.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Mark Taddison, that PLC 25008, being the minutes of the Planning Committee meeting held on Tuesday, June the 10th, 2025, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved, and B, that the following correspondence items be received. One, correspondence from Bill Johnston, KTJ Investments, respecting minute item 9.6, PED 25153, demolition report 1290 Upper James Street in Ward 8, and minute item 9.7, demolition permit for 1294 Upper James Street in Ward 8. And two, correspondence from Mark Flowers, Davies Howe Land Development Advocacy and Litigation, respecting minute item 9.8, report 25. PED 25155, demolition permit, 85 Katherine St. in Ward 2. Deputy Mayor, I just wanted to make one comment.
Yeah, we'll have to wait till we go to the speakers list unless the comment is about specifically that motion.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, because of the minutes, one part of it was that I'd like to just publicly acknowledge that GM Robichaud, the acting GM Robichaud, that was his last planning meeting. And we didn't get a chance to properly thank him for all of the hard work that he had done. And I'd like to just now, as part of these public planning minutes, just to acknowledge the good, kind work that he had done for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huang. We have two speakers on the list, and they're both with respect to lifting items from the agenda, the minutes, with respect to two different demolitions. First, Councillor Pauls, then Councillor McMeekin.
Thank you, and I just wanted to bring the attention on 9.6. It is in Ward 8, and I know it's not my ward, but I took an interest in it because most people think I'm looking after Ward 8, and I love doing that, no problem. So I went to the place and I took some pictures, and I could not believe the state of those homes. And I want my colleagues, the ones that are not in planning, to realize that Upper James is commercial. There is a brand new Holiday Inn there. The people come in from all over to stay in our city of Hamilton, and to look at those two boarded homes, it really is unsuited for the city of Hamilton. I want you to know that everything about that house, there's no services at all. There is no wiring. Everything has been stripped. It is uninhabitable. And I just cannot believe that we're asking one of our, Bill Johnson, who owns them, to leave them boarded up so everybody could see that Upper James, there are some, it's not a good look for the city. And there's also, I want you to know that it's interesting that I think we should look at our policy again, because it's interesting. We're wanting this gentleman to spend money, fix him up, so he could rent them, so we could solve our housing problem. I just want to make it clear that this is not the way we solve our housing problem. So my colleagues are not in planning. I hope you vote to demolish these two homes so that Upper James, where there's business, where we all promote business, especially at this time when it's hard to run a business, that we will look at it and vote to demolish those two homes. Thank you. And we really do need to look at our demolition policy. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're on item 9.6 in the Planning Committee. It's been asked for a separate vote. Councillor Pauls has spoken to it. Are there any further speakers on this item before we go to a separate vote on it? Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Thank you. I have one question and then some comments. Can I ask our building department, did any of our inspectors enter those properties?
Just a moment as the staff comes forward here.
Good morning, Rob Lally, Director of Building. Through the chair, staff does not enter the buildings upon doing a review of the site.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, for this committee, I did enter those buildings. I wore construction boots. I wore a mask because the buildings have black mold in them, and I wore gloves. I have some pictures to share, if I can share my screen with the committee.
I don't see why not.
Thank you, Chair.
Everyone see that okay? Yep. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is one side of the house. Mr. Johnson explained to me that the siding has been stripped off by, he doesn't know whom. He's assuming unhoused people or very unscrupulous people. This is, if I can switch to this one, this is another side of the house. You can see that the siding is completely stripped off and there's no protection to the building. This is the other side of the house. This pile of refuge is not from the property. I guess people have realized that these houses are unhoused, so they're just dumping garbage there. And there were, you can't really see them there, but there's a little container on the top there. They were industrial towel mounts, so they came out of a restaurant or a business. This is inside the building. They had started to strip out all the plumbing. So this pipe was still left there that you can see, but the rest of the plumbing is being stripped. This is another side. This is actually the back side of a bathtub. And if you look up that wall, there's no pipes. They've all been stripped out for the copper content. This is an example of the black mold that is in the house. And I could not go into the basement of this house. If you look at this floor here to the top right-hand side there, that's the floor caving in. That is about a 10-inch drop on the floor in the house, and I couldn't enter the basement because I would have been put at risk. Mr. Johnson explains to me, I don't know how I unshare that, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Johnson explained to me that he's really concerned about people's safety and liability. He keeps boarding up the building. They keep stripping the boarding off, going inside. They're setting fires in the basement to stay warm, and he's afraid that the building is going to either catch fire one day with people in it, or the floor is going to collapse on them, and he has full liability. So he's asking that we allow him to demolish them and exempt him from the bylaw. He is working with Mr. Pakin, who is a well-known builder in the community, and they are looking at some type of mixed use multi-residential housing there, which would be in keeping with the fact that that is a transit corridor. So I'll be supporting giving them permission to demolish those two buildings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And now on item 9.6, Councillor Huang.
Thank you. After receiving the correspondence from Mr. Bill Johnson, I actually gave him a call and I asked him, there was one paragraph which actually talked about the amalgamation of the lots. And I wanted to understand, what did that really mean? He let me know that the lot that is directly beside these two lots is a 3-acre piece of property that has already been vacant. They own that, so the KTJ owns that piece of property. So it wasn't as if they were orphaned somewhere else and In terms of timing, this was the reason why at planning I wanted to be very clear about why I went with a staff recommendation. But upon learning more information about that, they've already got another big piece of property. They're going through the feasibility study with Mr. Pakin and the New Horizon team. It is, in his words, imminent that he does want to ensure that there is a good and proper plan in place, that there will be first floor commercial followed by potentially residential on the top. So for me, upon learning more of that information, I'm inclined to also support the demolition of these two properties. Thank you.
Before we turn to other individuals on other items, anybody else on 9.6? Both Councillors Beattie and Spatafora. First up, Councillor Beattie, then Councillor Spatafora.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I spoke at length during the Planning Committee because there were a number of similarities, in my opinion, between the properties that we're discussing today and the properties that were approved for demolition in my ward. The pictures that Councillor Clark shared and add urban archaeologists to your resume in terms of, I don't know what they call it when you go into those buildings, but you're a very brave man. Spelunking, sure. All of the above. They're at parity with the buildings that we approved for demolition in Stony Creek, visually based on the presentation that I've seen here, based on the words that were brought forward by the proponent. The only visible difference is that the plan in Stony Creek is just a little more formal, a little further ahead than what we're looking at today. But in terms of the actual buildings, there is no difference. So withholding the demolition of these buildings because of a different stage of planning, to me, it continues to be about the impact on the community. And who are we actually punishing here? It's the residents and the neighbors and the businesses on that street. So I voted in favor. I'll continue to vote in favor of the alternative, which, just as a point of clarification, Deputy Mayor, the motion has been lifted. What is the procedure that we're going to be taking in terms of moving the alternative? Sorry, stumbling over my words.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a moment. I'll tell everybody at the end of the speakers as to how we're going to do it, because of course the original motion was to deny, and that was the last thing that we had to vote on. So what we're going to be doing is returning back to that and then voting on that. So if we vote not to deny, then the other motion can be brought forward to approve it. That's how we'll do it in a sequence of that nature. So I'll be voting on the denial, because that was the last item, as I understand it. If I'm wrong, the city clerk can correct me, but I think it's what we talked about earlier, and that's how we're going to do it. But if that's your last question, I'll go to the next speaker.
I just want to be crystal clear, by the time we get to pushing the button on eScribe, if you could just offer some crystal clear directions so that everybody in the same room is, I promise I will, on the same page. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Spatafora.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Not looking to speak. Obviously, I'm in favor. I think the problem we have here is the policy. We have staff that go inspect properties and they don't go inside, which means they're doing an external review of a home. 3/4 or more of the foundation is covered by dirt. They can't see the inside of the foundation, so I guess they're looking for small cracks at the top of the foundation. Maybe they're peeking through a window to see if the floor's caved in. This policy doesn't work. And then on top of that, these are in councillors' wards who know best about the home. And that's why the policy previously was the councillor would bring the motion forward, working with the community and the developer to tear the house down, because they know best, because they're getting the emails about people starting fires in the home, about people causing havoc in the home, about kids going in there and doing things they shouldn't do in there, or maybe someone's going to go in there and hurt themselves. But we're going to keep these houses up because we might be able to force the owner to renovate them and then tear them down once they get through the process of, I think what we're trying to do is to build more housing. So spend $500,000 bringing it up to speed, and then in 2 years from now, when we approve your subdivision or site plan or anything like that, tear that house down and then build more housing. It makes absolutely no sense. The way we did it before at the beginning of this term was working fine. There was no developer coming in tearing down a 3,000 square foot mint condition home for no reason. The houses that are being asked to be torn down, as you've seen in the pictures from Councillor Clark, who actually went in the home, as opposed to staff that stays outside the home, this shouldn't even be here. This should have been torn down by one motion saying this house needs to be torn down, approved, and moved on, instead of allowing fires, black mold, and everything else in this house because we think we're going to be able to force an owner to renovate a home to put it up for rent when he's going to tear it down 2 years later because he's going to give housing our city, I think, is looking for.
Thanks, Councillor Spatafora. I'm just going to pass the chair to future. Oh, sorry. I realized there's somebody else on the speakers list before me. I was going to speak to it, but Councillor Alex Wilson, go ahead, and then I'm after Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Just as we're talking about the demolition policy, I just want to agree with the previous speaker that it's rare that a home comes forward in a state that's habitable for demolition. Completely agree. I think that's the point that we've missed in this discussion so far on our demolition policy. It is not a point in time policy. It's there as a protective policy over time. And so if I want to buy a house and I want to demolish it, I'm not buying something that's already been abandoned. I'm probably buying something that's habitable with the goal of in 5 to 10 years redeveloping it. Over those 5 to 10 years as the property owner, I make choices as to whether or not there is going to be black mold in the basement, whether or not I do some maintenance, whether or not I am putting in those protective things. If at the end of the day, I know I can come to the city and say, hey, I let it fall apart, give me the demolition permit regardless of what the planning application is. I also know that I never actually have to put in that planning application. I can walk in and sell the site to someone else now without that home on it, all packaged, ready to go for development. No housing's been brought forward, but I've got the site a little bit ready to go. I can't speak to this individual owner's motivations. I think that's just why the policy is useful to have in general. As we heard in the Stony Creek example, it was the proximity to development that was a compelling factor for me, not the state of the building. And I think the proximity to actually developing, having a plan moving forward, like, we're not saying the site cannot be developed. We're saying that the developer has to put in some work to demolish the site. That's what the answer here is today, is to say you have to do your homework first. I don't necessarily have an issue with that line. I do think it's important that we have planning applications as part of redevelopment for the longer term effect on the policy. But if you look at a site at the very last minute, right before development, yes, it's going to look like it needs to be demolished, of course.
Thank you. On the same item, I believe, Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, just wanted to ask a question of staff as it's been raised in the discussion on this item specifically in terms of proposed changes coming to our demolition control bylaw. So I understand Council approved a motion to have the demolition control bylaw come back with some staff recommendations. If our Chief Building Officer could please provide an update on when that's coming and if it will include some of these issues. Thank you.
Rob Lally, Director of Building. Through the chair, that's correct to the councillor. Staff is currently reviewing the demolition control bylaw and will be bringing forward a report in Q4 of 2025 with some recommendations for council.
Thank you. And is it, I don't want to ask questions about what we can anticipate in that report, but I do recall that the direction spoke specifically around public safety concerns as it relates to structures and also what some of these neglected or abandoned homes attract in our community in terms of criminal activity, in terms of pestilence, that kind of thing. So is that still on the docket that will get integrated into the recommendations?
Through the chair, that's correct. It's going to be staff is struggling with coming up with some type of a checklist. We'd like to find some type of a checklist that we could present to committee, and that if you can check off enough of the boxes, then the recommendation would be demolition. Finding a consistent checklist to apply that applies to every property is proving to be a little bit difficult.
Fair, appreciate that. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I think it's really important to just hear that really loud and clear. So council has been hearing very clearly from our community about these concerns. We've moved motions to address the policy change that needs to come forward in terms of our demolition control bylaw. I'm really looking forward to that report. I think many of us around the room will be, as well as different property owners. I also, one thing that I am concerned about is around the need to ensure enough checks and balances that give us as a municipality clarity about a developer's proximity to actually develop. And not too dissimilar to the comments that Councillor Wilson made in terms of ensuring that we're not enabling demolition by neglect, by bringing forward individual motions that seek to circumvent or bypass in this kind of in-between period of today and those recommendations coming forward in Q4. So I'm careful about that. I'm cautious about that. But that said, I do appreciate the situation that's before us, and also to those that came forward from the Stony Creek community where those development plans were imminent and gave me more comfort in proposing moving forward with the demolition against staff's recommendation. So those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Before I go to any second-time speakers, I'm just going to pass the chair to Councillor McMeekin and briefly speak to this item. I was not at Planning Committee, unfortunately, due to a personal situation, and so couldn't speak to this, couldn't ask questions about it, and just wanted to briefly say that I think I was the person that brought forward this request from council to say we ought to have staff weigh in. Councillors are still bringing forward these motions, by the way. They're just bringing them forward by going to staff saying, here's what I want to do, and staff are saying, cool, we're going to weigh in on it. That tension was deliberate. Letting you know that, and I spoke to it when I put the motion on the floor. We need to have our professional staff weigh in. Does that mean that this will now have us look at the bylaw and actually make recommendations about the bylaw because we're feeling a tension between the kinds of inspections we could do, the kind of inspections we couldn't do? That was the plan, was to have these conversations transparently and openly in public with our city staff's participation. So I think what we've done as a process of doing that is seen, oh, okay, maybe there's some gaps, maybe there's some issues, maybe we need to review the demolition control bylaw. So glad we got there, and I think this is an important step to make. As I wasn't there, I only have one very quick question to ask about this, how long the property owner has owned this particular piece of property. I don't know that information offhand, that may be in the report and I may have missed it. I think the answer is probably 2 years, but I wanted just to confirm that.
Through the chair, I'm quickly looking through the report. I don't recall the date, but I actually think it was in the applicant's letter that's on the agenda today. I believe it was August 2024 is the date that I recall when I read the letter.
Right, and so I'm empathetic to the point that I know sometimes when you purchase something, you already see it's in a state of disrepair and you kind of take that on, but sometimes you can't salvage it. In this particular instance, I'm going to support the request to demolish because I feel like the property owner hasn't been sitting on this for 5 or 10 years. They haven't had that opportunity to watch it deteriorate and let it deteriorate. I think there are definitely situations where property owners have an onus to take care of their property. If you just leave it unfenced, let the windows stay open and rain come in, yeah, it's going to deteriorate. Your job is to make sure that doesn't happen in the first place. And neglecting it doesn't give you the right to then suddenly come forward and say, well, hey, wait a minute, I neglected this. Absolve me of the fees and other kinds of considerations I have to have. So happy to support in this instance because I think it makes sense. Those are my comments. I do see a second-time speaker, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do want to thank all my colleagues for weighing in on this one. Mr. Lally is correct. It was October 2024 when Mr. Johnson purchased the properties. He purchased them off a family who basically inherited them from their father, and they were in horrific condition at the time. They boarded them up. The boards were broken into. They boarded them up, the boards were broken into. And then they were finding that the wiring was stripped, the plumbing was stripped, toilet seats taken out. It was a real mess inside. And so in my humble opinion, when I saw the floor collapsing, that's when I kind of backed out of that building and decided to come here and suggest to my colleagues that I think these is one of those examples where you should be exempting him from the demolition bylaw. allow the demolitions to take place, and he's going to continue working with his planners to come forward with mixed-use multi-residential building. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I don't see anybody else on this. Oh, pardon me, for a second time, I believe Councillor Pauls.
I'll just quickly ask staff. I find it hard, this policy, because you're recommending not to demolish. How many have we denied homes? Out of, do you know? I heard out of 10, we only approved 1. Is that true? To demolish?
Through the chair, you're referring to the last planning committee meeting?
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah, so that's the problem. We're going against the recommendation, and it doesn't look good on us, that we're going against what the staff is saying. And that's the point, and that's the reason we need to look at it and change it. Thank you.
Okay, and in a hopeful tone that there is nobody else on the speakers list for this item, what we're going to do is go to the vote. And there'll be 2 votes, everyone. Vote number 1 is about denying the application. So that's, sorry, denying the request. So that's what we voted on before, was staff's recommendation to deny. So if you vote yes in this vote, you're upholding staff's recommendation to deny. If you vote no, you're voting to demolish. So that's step 1 in this process. Is everyone, I'm just going to look quickly around and get a shake of heads. If you vote no, you're voting to demolish, is the simplest way to say it. And then we'll get to the actual demolition motion in a moment. Before we move on to the vote, Councillor Huang.
Just a question, because this property includes 2 items, so it's 9.7 and 9.8, I think? 9.6, 9.7. 9.6 and 9.7. So does it make sense for us to do them together?
No, according to the city clerk, it doesn't. But I'll have him explain why, if it's okay.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, only because they were separate votes and separate motions, it's difficult to combine them. So we can treat them separately and just consider 9.7 after 9.6.
Okay, everyone, so we're on to the 9.6 vote. Voting yes upholds the staff recommendation to deny demolition. Voting no denies the staff recommendation and will demolish the building. So we'll go to the electronic vote, which is up now. Please cast your vote. No is a vote to demolish.
So a reminder, no is to vote against the motion that was approved at committee. Then you will have an opportunity to vote on demolishing.
No leads us on a path to the motion to demolish.
If this motion is defeated, you will then have an opportunity to move a motion to approve the permit.
And that carries 13-0 in that fashion, really 0 to 13, and that motion is defeated. So the staff recommendation is defeated. And now we'll have a motion to demolish. Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Beattie, who is quickest to the draw. This is a motion to demolish, and you'll vote yes if you wish to demolish, which we all just did.
So just
if
to
you wish to
confirm,
demolish, please vote yes. I understand this is tedious and annoying, everyone, but we'll get there. And that carries 13-0. Ready, everyone? We're going to do just one more time. 9.7? Okay. So for 9.7, we're going to vote no, which will lead us to a motion to demolish, which will be yes. So again, that vote will be up electronically. And if you wish to demolish and lead us to that path, please vote no. And for the final time, we're here to vote, if you wish to lead us to demolish, to vote no. Same property-ish. And that carries 0 to 13. Now, the final vote on this tedium will be a vote to demolish moved by Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Beattie. And if you wish to demolish the other piece of his property, vote yes.
so just to confirm, that motion previously was defeated, not carried, which allows you to now move the motion to approve the demolition permit.
And the vote is up. And that vote carries 13-0. I believe we have a conflict on, it's been declared on the planning committee minutes as a whole. We're not going to get to that quite yet. I'm just announcing that in advance. Before we get there, Councillor McMeekin has a deferral. And so since Councillor McMeekin hasn't spoken to this before, Councillor McMeekin can defer it. And I'll let him speak to it briefly about that reason, just to give a bit of latitude and save us having several speakers up to that. Councillor McMeekin, 9.8.
Yes, thank you. I'm not going to go over all the details of it. I'm just going to move at the request of the proponent that on 9.8 that it be deferred for further consultation, which might include staff actually going inside the building and having a look.
I'm your seconder for that. It's a motion to defer.
You, sir.
Yeah. I'm the seconder on that motion to defer. Any discussion on deferring this decision?
Just to confirm, Chair, so that's a motion to defer to a future council meeting or refer back to the planning committee?
No, it's a just defer the decision till a future council meeting.
Thank you.
Councillor Huang, on the instructions.
My question was just, when we talk about a future planning committee meeting, a future council meeting, how far out are we deferring it?
Councillor McMeekin has not provided a timeline because I believe the consultation may be indefinite in terms of its length.
I see, okay. Well, how do we keep track of this?
If a date is desired from Councillor McMeekin, I imagine that we could ask staff how long it might take to consult with the individual and come back. I'm not sure. We could do that if the committee insists.
So perhaps I might just ask the clerk, how do we keep track of these deferrals to a future date where staff will not have an opportunity to understand what that, I just want to know that it's not just going into a dark hole of an abyss.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, we do have mechanisms to just sort of track reports that get deferred. So this will be on the deputy and my radar now because it'll be coming back to a council meeting. So we'll have it regularly scheduled for the next meeting until we hear from staff that it's not ready yet, and it'll be bumped to the next meeting from there.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it'll just be like a continuous, like, okay, it's on, but it's not on, but it's on, it's on. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you for helping me understand that.
Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to remind my honorable friend from Ward 15 that a deferral means it comes back to council and the proponent will not be able to speak to it at council. So if you're wanting the proponent to speak to the proposal, then it would need to be referred back to planning. Just a reminder.
Councillor McMeekin, that's, I think, to you if you wish to do a switcheroo from deferral to referral.
Planning. I think the deferral is, the intent of the deferral is the proponent feels that it would have been helpful to actually investigate, go inside like Councillor Clark did. It lost on a tie vote. They have indicated they won't repair the house, so I think it's about land assembly looking for 700 housing units. My fear is I don't want to lose that development of 700 housing units. This is a well-heeled company that it has not made a lot of investments in our city. I'd like to change that. Thanks.
So I think we're on to still deferral. Councillor McMeekin hasn't changed that from a deferral to a referral, so we're deferring at this time, and we will have the electronic vote. Okay, vote is not quite up yet, but it shall be up soon. It's up now. Voting to defer. And that carries 13-0. And just to close that off, just to say that the proponent or anyone else is able to offer correspondence to the council agenda if they wish to comment on it. We're now, if I believe, we may have proceeded to now the conflict points. So we're going to have a separate vote on those conflict points. I just don't remember the numbers, unfortunately. I apologize.
We've already had it. So it's.
Oh, that's nice.
9.6, 9.7, and it's a non-disqualifying conflict of interest. So I was enabled to vote in both, and that's based on advice from the IC.
Thank you so much for clarifying, and sorry for not remembering the individual item numbers. I don't see anyone else wishing to speak to items in the Planning Committee report at this time, so we will now vote on the Planning Committee report as a whole and amended, I assume, at this point. And that vote is up. And that vote carries 13-0. We're now moving on to both 7.3 and 12.2, General Issues Committee for June 11, 2025, GIC 25008. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I please have a motion to receive, approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee's open and closed minutes of June 11th?
Certainly, it's moved by myself, seconded by yourself as Deputy Mayor, that GIC 25-008 being the open session minutes of the General Issues Committee meeting held on Wednesday, June 11th. Item 7.3 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. B, that the closed session minutes of the GIC meeting held on Wednesday, June 11th of this year, item 12.2 be approved as presented and remain confidential. And C, that the following correspondence items be received. 1, correspondence from Kelly Ucharek, beg your pardon, respecting minute item 6.2, the delegation by Andrew Selman respecting the collapsing building at 1057 Barton East and the danger it poses to the public, which was item 7.3A. 2, correspondence from Tim Nolan, Accessibility Hamilton Alliance respecting minute item 8.5, Accessibility Committee for Persons with Disabilities minutes, ACPD 25-005, May 13th of this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before we move to approve, any speakers, I do see a couple here on specific items. If you have a specific item, just say the item number out loud. First, Councillor Francis, then Councillor Tattison.
I just want to comment on 7.3A, the correspondence. Okay. Although this is a Ward 2 matter, this actually is a great news story for my community. We want to feel proud bringing our friends and family back downtown.
I'm so sorry, just a moment. You said 7.3?
A.
Oh, pardon me. Thank you so much.
Yeah. We want to feel proud bringing our friends and family back downtown. So it's nice to see the North End community stepping up and leading and advocating for a clean downtown that everyone could be proud of. I just want to say thank you to the North End community on behalf of Ward 5.
Thank you very much, Councillor Francis. Anybody else on the same item? I'm not seeing anybody else on the same item, so we're on to item 8.5, I believe.
Sure.
So this is from the minutes of the General Issues Committee meeting held on June 11th. 8.5 in the current minutes, Accessibility Committee for Persons with Disabilities, the minutes from ACPD. On May 13th, basically, Councillor Clark, seconded by myself, put a motion forward that the Accessibility Committee for Persons with Disability minutes from May 13th, 2025 be received and referred to HSR staff for consideration and inclusion in the report back to committee in November of 2025. At this time, I'd like clarification on what staff's understanding and actions will be to the instructions be referred and inclusion in the report back, and how will that be guided? And I imagine that would probably be for the acting director purser, if she's available.
I'm not sure who it would go to, but I see Acting General Manager Jackie Kennedy and others here, so I'll turn to, I believe, Acting General Manager Jackie Kennedy, and she can direct that as she sees fit.
She's fine.
Thank you. Through the chair, I believe Acting Director Purser is online. And she can,
Yes.
there she is.
Good morning. Good morning, Nancy Purser, Acting Director of Transit. Through the chair,
our understanding of the direction received is that we will do continued outreach with the disability community to understand their issues and to incorporate all of our findings in our report regarding the Fair Assist pilot that's to be brought forward to committee in November of 2025.
Further clarification, please. Will the report back include consideration and comments of the recommendations from the Disability Justice Network of Ontario and the Accessibility Hamilton Alliance that was referred to in the motion respecting their proposed complementary fare program for economically challenged people with disabilities?
So through the chair, we will take all things into consideration and come back with the appropriate recommendations to committee to decide on how to move forward with the Fair Assist program.
Okay, a couple comments and discussion with the acting director, please. I've been in communication with the leadership at AHA, specifically Tim Nolan. He's given me permission to state this. It's my understanding that you had a discussion with him yesterday, and I'm going to summarize what he wrote to me in an email, and he's given me permission to do that.
I mean, I would just say before you do that, like, this is not a chance to have a debate and discussion between people via you to members of our staff. So I would just say, if you want to summarize briefly what has happened, you're not entitled to read emails out on the agenda. You can have that as added as item of correspondence and address it, but this is not the way to do it.
This is leading to a point that needs to be made.
You can make your point, but you're not reading emails into the agenda. Sorry, into the record.
It's the impact of the existing pilot upon the most economically vulnerable passengers with disabilities is understood. The current FA pilot cannot be changed midstream with any type of change, otherwise the pilot would be invalid. And through the acting director, you're unable at this time to say what will be in the final report or final recommendations that will be made. So, but the community message has been impactful. So can I confirm, or can you confirm if this recollection of that conversation is accurate?
Through the chair.
Sorry, Acting Director Purser, I'm going to ask you not to answer that question. This is not a trial. We're not asking staff to have recollections of conversations or to verify emails. If you have a question for the director, you're able to ask it at this time, but not to ask them to verify conversations on the public record. Again, this is not a trial.
Are we still broadcasting? Mm-hmm. I'm asking staff, okay.
My question is to the director. Do you recognize that the Fair Assist program is causing issues for people with disabilities that are financially challenged?
Director?
Through the chair, what we are seeing is that there are difficulties accessing the program, which we continue to make adjustments to make it simpler for people to access. We are not hearing in our outreach difficulties other than that. We do hear people would like higher discounts. We've heard a number of things through our outreach, and all of this will be brought together in our report to council in November 2025.
Councillor Chattison?
So when I'm looking at this, you say that we can't change a pilot in midstream. And so what I'm saying to you, what I'm asking is, I come from a science background, and basically, when studies are conducted, and during that process, if it's determined that that study is having a detrimental effect on its participants, ethically, the scientists discontinue and alter the study. So I'm kind of asking, why is that not happening now?
Point of privilege, please.
Is that you, Councillor Maureen Wilson? I apologize.
It is.
Again. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. I just don't know if, frankly, it's a point of privilege. A reminder that staff in the City of Hamilton are not the official opposition, and ultimately the decision rests within the domain of council. That decision has been made. I feel these questions are on the verge of challenging the integrity of our professional staff, and I would wish that the chair would weigh in some direction. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I was just going to let Councillor Tattison finish what he was saying, but I'm happy for you to also have interrupted. It's okay. Yes, I would say, Councillor Tattison, this is not a debate with our staff. You're welcome to ask questions. Council made a decision as to what to do here. And I'm just asking you to be respectful and asking questions. This is not about trying to prove a point.
Well, not proving a point, just seeking for input from members of the disability community in having in the ability to weigh in on programs that are affecting them. I will say that in summary that I understand that Director Purser did have conversations with people, and I look forward to further conversations, and I'll step aside. And also, if there's any implications that ethics are an issue, I'm simply raising the fact that I believe that we need, that the city can do better, and hopefully the city and council can do better for members of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe a last word on this from Director Kennedy.
Thank you, Acting General Manager Jackie.
Thank you so much. Yep.
Of Public Works. Thank you through the chair. So just to your point, Councillor Tattison, the pilot is investigating what's working well and trying out a strategy that was presented to council that was supported, and we will report back on it. And if at that time there is some redirection to try something different, we're certainly open to that. We would like to continue on this process. There are some really interesting and beneficial findings that are coming from it as we navigate this quite complex challenge in affordable transit. Thank you.
Thank you. On that, is there anybody else on this item, which is 6.4? Councillor Clark.
Thank you. To Councillor Maureen Wilson's point of order, I happen to agree with her. I'm challenged a bit because Councillor Tattison, in essence, draw an analogy from his science background that if they find something was hurting the folks that were being studied, the animals that were being studied, then ethically they had to change that. That was implying that the ethics were in question of the HSR staff, and that's unacceptable. And I would encourage Councillor Tattison to apologize.
I'll address that. It says in our very own statements and training that we had about stakeholder engagement that it's our duty to inform, consult, involve, collaborate, and empower. And we're trying to move away from just simply involving and consulting to from informing and consulting to involving and collaborating. I know because I sit with ACPD that they feel that they were informed, consultation was lacking, and that their involvement and collaboration was not existent. So I'm asking, again, without ethically challenging anybody, I'm trying to say that let me define what collaboration means. Partnering with stakeholders.
Councillor Clark has raised a point of order and asked you to apologize.
And I'm addressing it.
This is not an opportunity to re-engage in the debate on the subject.
I'm addressing this. In my response.
Respectfully,
we're
not asking for you to address this. Can you please stop speaking?
I am addressing it. How do you do when someone addresses
the meeting?
you
Stop
address
speaking
it?
over me. I'm going to address this the best way that I can. What Councillor Clark and Councillor Maureen Wilson pointed out was simply that they felt the comments you were making were challenging staff ethically. If that's not the case, and that's not what you intended, simply apologize and say it wasn't, and let's move on. You've made your point.
I will say this as I apologize. Partnering with stakeholders, and this is a definition of collaboration, partnering with stakeholders in each aspect of the decision, including developing alternatives and identifying solutions. The level involves shared decision-making power and can include developing consensus solutions. That was my intent, to lead to that position as we grow as an organization. I apologize if I insulted anyone's ethics. in my analogy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No one else on this item, as far as I can tell. Sorry, Councillor Paul, do you want to speak on this item?
Yeah, I just want to say, I really thank Councillor Chattison for taking this on, because I remember a year ago, I was on WebEx because I was away, and I tried to, before the pilot came about, tried to put a motion to look at this, and it was voted down. So then, you know what I said? I'm not in the committee. Councillor Patterson is, and he will do a good job. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for doing a good job looking after what we could do better, if we can do better. So thank you.
Councillor Clark.
I don't understand some of the comments that I'm hearing here. We gave directions to HSR staff after receiving their advice. We started a pilot. I listened very quietly to you. Thank you so much. We gave them direction to establish a pilot. The pilot goes through the process. They've received many comments on the effectiveness of the pilot, and then there will be a report back on all of that, including the comments that were provided from this committee. I think we're going down a very dangerous path when councillors do not recognize that challenging the ethics of our staff goes above and beyond our responsibility as a councillor. We would not like it if any one of us tried to challenge the ethics of a councillor. We would not accept that. But we seem to be okay with challenging the ethics of staff. Staff are doing what we ask them to do. The report will come back, and anything that implies that they did not do their job in an ethical manner is an issue for a code of conduct. It's unacceptable. We can disagree with the staff report. We can vote against the staff report. We can speak to the staff report, but challenging the ethics of an individual who wrote that report is offline.
Just to summarize where we're at here briefly, I asked Councillor Tattison to not make certain comments. There was a point of order raised. I sustained that point of order, and Councillor Tattison apologized for making those comments. If people would like to file a code of conduct complaint, that's up to them, but that's not this body's decision to make. Those are individual decisions for individual councillors, members of the public, or staff to make. That's up to them. That's where we're at in this conversation. I'm not entertaining any more conversation about it. That's just something absolutely urgent that needs to be said. So I did see the city manager had her hand up, and if you want to say something, City Manager Clucky, you can.
If I may, thanks. And I just want to comment that I very much appreciate the passion around the table around this matter. As a city manager, it is also my responsibility to protect staff as well. So I appreciate the point of order that was called. If there are concerns that people have, I encourage you to reach out to me. That is the appropriate venue, and I would appreciate that being the venue. Thank you.
Okay, we are moving on. That is that. On to Councillor Jackson, another item.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Kretsch. Item 8.4. I suspect we will be overwhelmingly, if not unanimously, ratifying the decision to have a by-election in Ward 8. And I believe it's set for September 22nd. There is such a buzz in the community. I suspect it's going to be robust and vigorous campaign amongst several. So just through you to City Clerk Trenum, I know many are listening in. Can you just quickly guide us through in a cursory way after this ratification today, I suspect, what the next steps are, when candidates can register, et cetera, and if September 22nd is the final date. Through you, Acting Mayor, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So yes, presuming the passing of the motion today, I'll also advise the bylaw was added late, but is on for approval today to formally do this. Nominations will open as of tomorrow. That is June 19th. That's the beginning of the nomination period. The preliminary list of electors will then be activated by staff as we continue to process and work through the election piece. Nomination day will be August 8th, and that is the day nominations close. That closes at 2 p.m. that day, the last opportunity to register as a candidate. We will release the full list of electors we're looking at the following week on the 12th. Will be available on our website. Full list of, candidates. Advance voting will be held on September 20th and 21st with election day on September 22nd. All of those details, and including polling and all of that, will come out as we move through the process.
Terrific, City Clerk Trenum. And again, you committed in July to bringing a report forward as to how the tools, the measures, the manner of which this council will have an opportunity to decide how the by-election will proceed in terms of advance polls, election day, mail-in, on-light. We'll still have that one last opportunity. That's my last question. Through you, Acting Mayor Kretsch, please.
So through you, the decisions with regards to whether or not to use tabulation technology, so to use tabulators, as well as to approve any alternative voting methods, sits with council. So that report will come through at the next cycle of council for you to consider. Beyond that, we will then operationalize those decisions and prepare an election.
Thank you very much, City Clerk Trenum. As of tomorrow, the gates are open. Thank you, Acting Mayor Kretsch.
Thank you. I'm looking now at the speakers list with respect to the GIC report in front of us and don't see anyone else on any other items. But now I'm seeing a hand raised. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Apologies, I had signaled just requesting a separated vote on 9.1. Don't need a big debate, just requesting for a separated vote.
Separated vote on 9.1 is the 2026 budget for full-time equivalent cap and optimization strategy.
Yeah, the FT motion.
Just making sure. And so we will take a separate vote on item 9.1. Your vote will be, that motion carried, by the way, at committee, right, 9-5. If you vote yes to that motion, then you will be affirming the decision that was made at committee to support that. And if you vote no, you won't be. We're not going to go to the vote yet because I see Councillor Maureen Wilson's on the list on 9.1. So Councillor Maureen Wilson, take it away.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions on 9.1 and I would like to ask them now.
This is the moment.
Thank you.
Take it away.
Appreciate this motion that came forward. I do, at the time when we were deliberating it at GIC, I tried to ask about an amendment to entertain or to investigate, rather, some implications. So I would like that opportunity within the week that's passed and an opportunity to think about it to ensure that I fully understand the implications of the motion. So if I may, through you to the appropriate staff person, could someone speak to me about what the implications of this motion might mean for our efforts to redesign HSR? Through the chair.
Okay, so the question is with respect to HSR and our ability to redesign HSR. I'm looking to Acting General Manager Kennedy.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And through the chair, the HSR is on a journey right now where there's been a 10-year plan to roll out some additional services. In that plan in 2026, there was a forecast for additional FTEs. If we are not able to fulfill that, the expansion that was planned will be at risk. There's a upcoming report coming to council on the new forecast for HSR, which is referred to as HSR Next. That will modify the FTEs to some extent. But the short answer is that the ability to provide transit that is anticipated by council and that we've communicated to date would be at risk if we're not able to create those positions. Thank you.
I see there's other speakers. Are these on the same items? I'll just look for an eyebrow. Okay. Councillor Clark, same item. The order I have in front of me is Councillor Spataforth and Councillor Clark. I'm so sorry. That's hilarious of me. I apologize. Somehow I just misheard that. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Just confirming I still have the floor. It's a little harder
Yes, sorry
virtually,
about that.
so no problem. Not at all. Okay, thank you. That's illuminating that we will undermine our ability to improve, expand, modernize our intentionality on HSR without it being carved out. I have a second question, I think through the chair, perhaps to the city manager. Would the city manager be able to offer any insight or comment at this point on the implications this might have for our capacity to fulfill our priorities? And I'd like to start with the levels of service set out in our asset management plans and regulations to date, through the chair.
City manager?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I missed a portion of that question. Can you repeat the last part of it?
Yep, certainly. I'm looking to delve into in my next set of questions about some impacts on some existing policy and levels of service. So I would like to know what implications this might have on our capacity to fulfill the direction that we're heading on asset management preservation.
Through the chair, and thank you for repeating the question. I need to just contemplate that for a moment. I think there could be an impact on that, but I need the opportunity to consider it.
Well, therein lies the challenge, doesn't it? Thank you. My third question is with respect to any indication yet within the ranks of staff, starting with the city manager, on whether we'll be able to uphold our levels of service and stated policy as adopted by this council within the parameters of this direction of A and B.
Through the chair, I'm going to ask that acting general manager start, and then I'll add in.
Okay.
Thank you. With respect to the question about impact on levels of service and asset management, I can share my thoughts on that and through some discussions with the leadership team that we have got capital programs that are underway now and that were built with operating impacts of capital as required support when those are completed. And so that is a concern from in our ability to bring those to their completion. If that's a helpful point on that consideration.
Thank you. So, General Manager, now that I'm going to her right now. Thank you. I was just going to say she wanted a moment to consider, and given that we've heard from the acting general manager, it's back to you, General Manager.
If I may,
Hopefully you've had your moment.
If I may, Chair, before that's done, if I may, I just want to make sure I understood what Acting GM Kennedy stated.
Go ahead, Acting GM Kennedy.
I just, if I could put it into my own words, because I don't want to. Sorry. Thank you. I just don't, no problem. I just want to make sure I understood the thought. I wrote down, we have capital programming, which is necessary and needed, underway, and there's an operating component of that. There is an identified concern in our ability to complete and deliver on those capital works. Is that what I've heard through the chair?
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, that is what I was trying to articulate. Thank you.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry to have interrupted the acting chair. I think the acting chair was going back to the city manager, but I'm not sure.
That's what I believe is also happening. City manager, take it away.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So in summation, staff don't have the ability to adjust levels of service. Only council has the ability to adjust that. So what staff really need to do at this point is take back the recommendations and then return with information on what the impacts would be and where, so that council can make those corresponding decisions. I hope that that summarizes it.
Councillor Maureen Wilson, can you confirm that? And then you're at your speaking time at this point. I'm going to go to Councillor Spatafora next.
Thank you. I'm not sure I understood that, and I do apologize. You're not able to, I heard the domain to alter levels of service rests with council, got it. But we're not, staff are not able to calibrate at this moment, one way or another, the capacity for us to deliver on the asset management. It would have to be reviewed and assessed with a report back. I just want to make sure I understand. Thank you, through the chair. And I did hear you that I'm done with my speaking time. If you could put me back on. Thank you.
Sure thing. City Manager Clucky, could you clarify if you're able to?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think you have an adequate understanding of what I said. We have to look at those impacts more specifically to report back on that.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer, City Manager Clucky. Councillor Maureen Wilson, I'll put you on for a second time. Councillor Spatafora.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and might as well put me on for a second time. I'm going to start, maybe I'll start with an apology, just in case. Extremely disappointed with what I'm hearing. And I have a few questions. I'm going to start around the vacancy rates. And I'm hoping that I'm not going to get an answer that we don't have that information at this time, because I think it needs to be readily available to be able to run $1 billion plus corporation. It's information that should be readily available and at our fingertips. So my first question, how many vacancies does the City of Hamilton have across the entire corporation, union and non-union? Through you, Chair.
Sure, and I'll direct that just a moment to say, like, let's not get ahead of ourselves and assume the staff may not have the answers. They may have the answers ready, or they may not. They may not be anticipating these answers. I'm not sure who specifically to ask, but I imagine it would be Executive Director Laura Fontana would probably have the answer as to whether or not there are vacancies in those units, or may not have the answer. Oh, you know what? Funny thing, I was wrong. General Manager Zagarek.
Through the Deputy Mayor, Corporate Services is working with Human Resources. We are pulling that information together. Typically, we have 5 to 7% vacancy in a typical year, and we are pulling that information together in the context of two purposes. One is the gapping target that Council approved through the 2025 budget, as well as to review the vacancy and vacant positions as it relates to, through the 2025 budget, Council approved and senior leadership team recommended finding 31 positions to restate to support our cyber response and cyber impact initiatives. So that information is being compiled for those purposes.
Did you, sorry, just General Manager Zagarek, just wanted to give you an opportunity to say when you think it would be ready, because I have a feeling that's implied in Councillor Spatafora's question.
Through the chair, departments are reviewing that information currently. I would expect it would be ready in July, August.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Councillor Spatafora.
I guess this is where my apology should have started. I don't know. For me, I don't know if that's acceptable, that we don't know how many vacancies we have across our corporation. I'm going to say that number is large. It's a large number. And the fact that the first thing staff answers to my motion about freezing FTEs for one budget cycle is that we got to cut our level of service. That's the very first thing that we're going to talk about and explain to residents of this city when we talk about, hey, we're going to try and do something. And what we're going to try and do is freeze hiring of full-time employees for one budget cycle. We've approved close to 800 for the last 3 years. We're going to freeze it for 1 year. And the only thing we can come up with is, well, yeah, we'll just let you know where we're going to cut the service. And then the one other area where we could possibly find some, I don't know, different paths, ideas, thinking outside the box is vacancies. We don't know the number. We don't know the departments they're in. And so you want me to sit here and listen to staff say that the only thing that's going to come out of this, if we want to achieve the goal of freezing FTEs for 2026, because this is the only thing I've heard out of SLT so far, is cutting services. So I'm going to ask the question. The only way, it sounds to me, the only way we could achieve the motion that I brought forward at GIC in that past 12-2 is cutting levels of service. Going to get confirmation from someone in SLT, city manager below, that cutting service is the only way to achieve my motion. Through you.
If you have understand the question, City Manager Clucky, it's about achieving the results of the motion.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the question. And sorry, I did not mean to imply in my response that the only way to achieve it was cutting levels of service. Certainly, we would always explore all of the opportunities available, and that could be vacancies, that could be finding efficiencies in the way that we do business. I think when I speak to the levels of service, though, there are some commitments that have been made in a multi-year plan that relates to the levels of service that the council wants us and that we want to achieve for the community. So what we haven't done yet and what we will do is look at those works over the multi-year plan and what the impacts would be so that we could report back to council, because some things are in the works in our multi-year. Now, understanding the intent of the motion, which is to make as affordable as possible, then we explore a multitude of options and take a multi-prong approach. So my apologies if I implied in my response that that was the only thing we would do. It was not my intent.
Okay, I think City Manager answered your question. Do you have another question or more comments, Councillor Spatafor?
I do. Thank you for the clarity. Again, I didn't hear any of that. The only thing I heard was service level change. That's why I made that comment. I understand the multi-year planning. I get all of that. But again, the one thing that is extremely difficult for me to understand and extremely difficult for a corporation of our size to not have at our hands is the vacancy. So just as we think we need to delay this motion and have a report back to tell us what the effects of level of service are, we should have had those numbers. Those numbers should be a number that is always top of mind, because this motion is not just about a hiring freeze to become more affordable. It's a motion to talk about efficiency at our city and efficiency at how our workforce operates. And if we have, as I suspect, a very large number of vacancies, and I would say, at least in my words, a very large number of vacancies that are greater than 1 year, that's not efficient. It's not efficient. And there's no way we won't be able to do better without hiring an FTE. Levels of service should not even be talked about, because there are enough positions within our corporation to reorganize, readjust, reallocate, move around, even in the union world. It's difficult, not impossible. And the fact that we're going to come here and the first thing out of our mouths was level of services where we're going to be impacted the most, to me, extremely disappointed for me and for my residents.
Thank you. You made it just in time. I appreciate that. And we'll go now to Councillor Clark. Then we're going to have Councillor Maureen Wilson for a second time, and then I'll turn to other speakers at that time. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I am surprised that we don't have a number for vacancies in the city. Previous councils passed policies that gave the authority to departments and general managers and directors through the budgeted complement control policy. And through that policy, one can transfer an unutilized FTE to give the money from that FTE to another department that needs to increase their department by an FTE. This was done to control costs. This was done to ensure that we didn't have a bloated bureaucracy. So I am disappointed that today Spatafora complement vacancy rate is, and we don't have the number. I have no doubt that we have the number. It's not being shared here, and that's a disappointment.
It's my understanding, I'll let the city manager respond, that they're saying we don't have the number, but I think it's important to clarify. City Manager Clucky, did you want to speak to this? Maybe there's a recent number we have, I don't know. Anyways.
Through you, Mr. Chair. And do we think that we should be able to produce that number? Yes. Historically, there has not been the technology at this organization to produce a report immediately in real time. Instead, what people would do is gather that information manually. Now, when we rebuild the technology, we'll have that capability. That's part of the scope, and that's part of our commitment that we had previously made. What we can do, though, is provide information at a point in time. So Mr. Zagaric and E.G. Fontana have worked together at various points to pull that information together. Recently, we pulled that information together so that we could look at the repurposing of roles to cover the cyber work. And we presented to council the information that where we thought we could repurpose roles for that purpose. So we can provide the information to a point in time, and we have an average, which I think Mr. Zagaric shared, but can identify what our typical vacancy rate is.
Which I think was 5 to 7%, if I heard you correctly. Okay, so at this point, I think we have that information in terms of what we can provide today and what we don't have available to us today. And the response I believe I heard, just to clarify for everyone, is July or August we'll have another point in time number. Looking at the speakers list, just to confirm that the second time speaker up now is Councillor Maureen Wilson, if I have that correct. If it is, go ahead, please.
Hello, thank you. Thank you very much. I guess just a comment before a question. I've heard some discussion and maybe some expressed frustration that back and forth that the intent of the motion, thought I wrote it down, the intent of the motion was to deliver and maintain levels of service with what we have by perhaps moving around staff. But the motion only speaks to staff. It doesn't speak to any declared objective to be maintained or sustained or addressed in terms of level of service. The motion does not speak to our capacity to deliver or to commit to deliver on previous council action plans, whether it be the biodiversity action plan, whether it means our capacity to deliver on the suite of actions in the safe apartment bylaw. It doesn't state that we will commit to being able to fulfill our asset management deliverables, and it doesn't state that we will commit to be able to move to HSR Next, which I thought I've heard over the last 2 years we've recognized is absolutely fundamental to our capacity to serve local employees and local employers. It's absolutely fundamental to ensure that women have full opportunity for economic independence to get to the jobs that are higher paying and not just within walking radius. It's absolutely critical as part of our climate abatement strategy. So I think I'm glad we've had this conversation, and I think at the appropriate time, at the very least, I would really ask my colleagues to consider at least a carve-out for HSR so that we can assure local businesses and others in our capacity to redesign our HSR, which has not been redesigned in 50 years. And we know it's underserving our residents in terms of a need to move to those reroutes, new routes, faster routes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go to second-time speakers, I just wanted to clarify, the way that we keep our minutes now is in the order of time. And so before I used to keep our minutes in a different kind of style. This way it's done in the meeting time. So what happens, and what happens next, and what happens next. So earlier, Councillor Spatafor had said that this motion passed 12-2. Actually, the motion passed 9-5. The motion that passed 12-2 was the one right after it, which is extending the meeting until 5:30. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. And it's a new thing, and so it's easy to get confused. In fact, I had to ask the city clerk to explain it to me briefly while we were talking about other things. So on that note, I do have Councillor Spatafor for a second time and Councillor Clark for a second time. Councillor Spatafor.
Chair, I got a comment, a question, and a comment. My first comment, and it's not the things that was talked about in the previous speaker are not in there because I believe they can all be done without hiring another person in 2026, another FTE in 2026. Question to Edie Fontana. Director Fontana, do you know what our full complement of employees are across the entire corporation? I've heard different numbers, 7,000, 8,000. Do you have a number on how many employees work at the City of Hamilton in total, union and non-union?
Before Executive Director Fontana answers, could you clarify, are you asking for employees or just full-time equivalent employees?
Full-time equivalent employees. Give me total, actually no, total employees that work at the City of Hamilton.
Okay, total of all employees who work at the City of Hamilton. Edie Fontana?
So through the chair, Laura Fontana, Executive Director of Human Resources. Councillor, the number fluctuates somewhat. So in the summer, we have higher levels of employees because we hire approximately 600 to 700 summer students. I would say right now we are around 8,500 employees at the city.
Thank you, Edie Fontana. And that's perfect. I wasn't looking for an exact number. My last comment, Chair, and then I'll stop talking because I either made my point or people are just going to disagree with me. So there's no point keeping on going. So 8,500, that includes some 500 to 600, 700 summer students. Let's take it down to about 8,000. Jim Zagaric said on average 5 to 7% is a vacancy rate we cover. 8,000 staff at 5% is around 400 vacancies. 400 vacancies. And the only thing I heard, the first things that I heard, and all we want to talk about is all the things that are going to get cut and reduced and this and that, instead of saying, we can do this, we will do this, we're going to make it happen, and we are going to do our darnest not to cut a single thing, because we feel we can do it for our residents, especially in this time and what everybody is going through currently in this city. 5%, not 7, 5% vacancy on 8,000 is 400 vacancies. If you go to 7, I'm not that good at math. I'm sure someone else can figure it out. Thank you.
Okay, on that note, thank you, Councillor Spatafor. We're going to go now to Councillor Clark, and then anybody else who would like to add themselves to the speakers list can do so. And I'm seeing hands raising, but I'm going to go with what's in front of me for right now, and then we'll come to, I think, Councillor Pauls, and then Councillor Alex Wilson. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Just going back to the vacancy list, can I ask a question of the city manager in terms of the senior leadership team and the managers that operate under all of the divisions? Do they not know on a regular monthly basis what the vacancy rates are for their divisions?
City Manager Clucking.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I can't speak for everyone, but I would say in general, yes, people know what their vacancies are. It's a matter of consolidating that information so that we have one full number.
And do they not share their numbers with the other divisions?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and I think that's what James Zagaric and E.G. Fontana were speaking about when they talk about consolidating that information. They have a mechanism in place to garner that information through the various sections. It is a lot of employees, so there is a manual exercise that takes some time.
Sorry, just to clarify, Councillor Clark, your question was whether or not the divisions share these things amongst themselves. Is that correct?
Well, with each other as an overall senior leadership team.
Okay, so that's a question you was asking is, does the senior leadership team share this information with one another on a regular basis? Is that correct?
Through you, it gets shared through HR. I wouldn't say they send out an email to all of the directors or anything of that nature, but it is shared information to be consolidated.
And I guess that's the challenge. So we've now heard that the information is available. It's shared between divisions, but it's not shared here. And that's the challenge that I have. As an organization, we are the governors and we allow the management to manage the organization, but it is our obligation, responsibility to ensure that things are happening according to our policies that we have set out. So when we ask for that number so that we can have a good understanding as to how the budgeted complement control policy would work in order to find efficiencies by taking FTEs that have remained vacant for a while and have not been filled, could be a retirement, could be any number of things, that those FTEs can be shared with another department. That's all we're talking about here. In very plain language, that's what this motion is talking about. Capping the FTEs, using the budgeted complement control policy to ensure that the divisions that need the extra FTEs, like HSR, can get the FTEs transferred to them. And for the public, an FTE is just a single number that's attached to it, a budget. So one person, the budgeted complement for that one person could be 115,000, whatever the case is. And then that can be transferred from one department to another. That's what Councillor Spatafor and the councillors who supported this are simply asking. And I would remind us that the very first priority that we had in our city council priorities is to reduce the burden on the taxpayers. We all committed to that. This is one way looking for efficiencies. That's all. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. We have two more speakers on this, and then I'm going to ask us to wrap up so we can take a break for lunch before we go to the next item. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, and I think Councillor Clark just stated the last part that I wanted to emphasize. The reason for this motion, it's not that so we could cut service. The reason is because number one concern that I get in my residence is how much higher will the taxes go up? That's the number one. Matter of fact, I'm just booking in August a meeting because people want to know about our tax system. Why are they going up? Why questions that I really need to find out. And that's what this motion is about. Let's see what we can do, the vacancy. So I supported it, and that is the reason. The real reason is not because we want to reduce services. Of course we don't. They just want to know what their taxes are paying for and if there's any wasteful resources that we're wasting. That's all they want to know. So I support this 100%. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Just on the topic of efficiencies, there's a whole slew of motions on the GIC agenda that all passed. One of them including reporting back on a list of all vacancies in the city and a reason for why those positions are vacant. I'm hearing a lot of conversation about, well, let's see what's possible, let's see what's possible, let's see what's possible. This is not an information report back. This is asking the mayor to say thou shalt. So we're not going to see what the impact is, we're going to do it. That's the motion that's being asked to happen here. There is a motion that passed that will report back on all those vacancies, and maybe there is an ability to offset because there's a couple of vacancies in Department A. But I also think that just because there's a couple of vacancies in, say, corporate services, that doesn't mean we now have our HSR operators figured out. well, those FTE positions can move. There's still level of service impacts if those positions don't get filled over the long term. And the number of vacant positions we have that are perpetually vacant for sure is not 400 people. I'm not opposed to using some gapping or some ability to figure this out, but this isn't a motion that says, hey, report back to us on some options about using this tool. This says do it and do it to the point where there is no new FTE increase, not do it without mitigating service level impacts, not doing it, achieving other grounds, not doing it in a way that says, hey, protect other multi-year investments like those in the HSR, like those in other strategies. It's saying this is the outcome we want, no matter what it takes. Let's get there. I think several councillors have not said, hey, I'm against cutting efficiencies. What we've said is, or at least what I've said is, no matter what it takes, I'd sure like to know what it takes before we do it. I'd sure like to understand the impact of a decision before I make it. And I think that's something that we should all want to do in the spirit of good governance. So I'm not able to support this motion today. I was able to support all of the other motions about bringing rigor to the budget process, about getting some information back, about making some changes. But I think this one tries to make the decision before the information's in front of us. And that's why I can't support it.
I believe we have a final speaker on this, Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you to my colleague, Councillor Alex Wilson, for making the point that I think the overwhelming majority of council has voted for a number of actions which would inform and direct our ability to achieve some of the requested efficiencies in order to be sensitive to our economic times and to the tax burden. But this motion is not asking for an information report back on the impacts and where the capacity to shift FTEs. And for me, in being consistent about support for council priorities and in being consistent and sensitive about support for our local economy and local employees, and being consistent about our support for and sensitive to affordability, public transit is, other than walking and cycling, the most affordable thing that can impact of consequence a family's budget, other than their shelter. It's massive in terms of what they're carrying every month or being forced to carry every month. And we've heard that their capacity to get to the job on time for employers to attract those employees has consequence, and they need better connected transit. And that's what we have been talking about, and that's what this plan is about. So I guess I would ask my colleagues if we could entertain a motion to an amendment to this motion, please, to let's not go on a wing and a prayer. If we could just even include the HSR within the exemptions that are set out in E of the motion. And I would like to move that amendment.
You can move it. Absolutely. This is the time to move an amendment. So if I understand correctly, I'm just going to repeat out loud what I believe the amendment states, and then I'll ask a question, and then we'll go to a seconder if necessary. So the suggestion amendment is that we in section E would add to the list of exempted services the Hamilton Street Railway. Before I proceed, I'll ask Councillor Spatafor if that is considered to be a friendly motion.
No, this wasn't a wimp and a prayer, so no, it isn't friendly.
Thank you. It's not a friendly motion. Will someone second Councillor Maureen Wilson's amendment, seconded by Councillor Huang? Is there discussion on the amendment, or shall we go to the vote? I'm not seeing anyone raise their hand to discuss or give me a nod or an eyebrow. Pardon me. Councillor Francis, go ahead.
Thank you. With this report, is there anything preventing the vacancies for filling these HSR positions that may be needed, that's being requested in this motion?
Did you get the question okay, everybody? Did you hear that? Okay, no, sorry. Can you speak a little more closely to the microphone? Sorry about that.
Yes. So they're asking to fill these, to exempt HSR, My question is, with the vacancies that are available, and there's a lot of them, is that not something that can be done by not, like, we don't have to exempt HSR exclusively, do we?
I'm not sure who's going to answer the question, but I think the question is simply whether or not that there can be some use of vacancies to assist with the HSR plans. Acting General Manager Kennedy.
I can start, and then I will likely look to GM Zagarrig for additional on this, as the funding sources for the different functions and services that we provide does vary. And so transferring an FTE from one division or department, or sometimes even within those divisions, is not necessarily the same source of funding, and so that can complicate things. And so the HSR funding source would be a consideration in terms of taking an FTE from another area of the city service and moving it over there. But I will ask Mike to lean.
Thank you. General Manager Zagarrig.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I think what Acting GM Kennedy is highlighting is it has to be levy funded. You can't take a development funded position and transfer it over into transit. There's restrictions in terms of specific funding sources. So with respect to a levy funded position, and I'll say non-union, maybe fewer restrictions. If it is a QP levy funded position that is being deemed vacant, there would be all these cascading impacts in terms of allowing for bumping and transition over to an ATU position. And I'm not an expert as it relates to labor relations, but I think that would have to be a consideration.
Thank you for that. Just so, are there no vacancies at the HSR right now? There's no positions that are sitting filled that were a request of the previous budget that just were not filled? Do we have that number?
I imagine there are some vacancies in HSR. The impact of trying to use those to create the expansion of HSR Next or the 10-year strategy, I don't have that available to speak to today. And so the overall impact of this on HSR isn't something that I have prepared specifically for the moment. However, I can just, again, where I kind of started on with this was that there were intentions to add bus operators to the staffing, and this is a considerable impact, and the ability to see that through, it would put it at risk. There may be some gains to be found in efficiencies, Councillor, but I think we'd have to look at it more closely to land on the specifics of the impacts.
Yep, and fair enough. This is an amendment coming forward from the floor, so don't expect staff to have every answer.
Oh, I totally don't expect it, but what I am hearing clearly is there are vacancies that can be used, so that makes this amendment unnecessary, and I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Francis. On my speakers list is Councillor Clark.
My colleague to my left, Councillor Tattison, and I were talking about this very thing. Adding new bus service to the system, we were under the impression that that wouldn't happen until the bus barn was built. Well, I was told there's 2 years left. So I understand that we're trying to continue the 10-year plan, but the additional buses won't hit the road until we have a place to put them. And you won't hire people to drive them until you have the buses. So this is a bit of a challenge with some of these motions is we don't have all that information. We're going by memory, but my memory, Councillor Tattison's memory, is pretty good. So I'm just putting that out there. While I understand the desire to not impact HSR services in the next year. We really can't increase the bus service that we want. For example, all of the rapid bus lines that we have proposed, the S line, I guess, is going to be across Rymal down to Centennial Parkway. That won't happen until you have room for those buses. Right now, it's just basic service. So I'm just putting it out there. Let's be aware that we don't have all that information at this time.
Just making sure there wasn't a question there, Councillor Clark. Just a comment? Okay, thank you so much. Looking now at my speakers list, Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Appreciating the amendment. I think that what we've heard consistently from residents, not only in Ward 3, but across the city, especially coming out of the pandemic and during the pandemic, how essential transit was for working families to move about the city, and how critical it was for those services to get back online as quickly as possible. And data has shown us that our HSR ridership has continued to grow since the pandemic. And from my perspective, it is a critical service just as much as our residents rely on public health in order to maintain a quality of life and, more importantly, engage in their community and get to work, get their children to school, from school, to doctor's appointments, from doctor's appointments, and freely move about the city from a lens of not only quality of life, but from a necessary public service access. So appreciating the amendment, and we'll be supporting it. Thank you.
On that note, I don't see any further speakers on the amendment. Oh, apology, a hand has arisen. Councillor Beattie.
Apologies, Chair. I wasn't sure if I was going to ask any questions, but I want to make sure that I'm comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges when we come to this amendment. The amendment would carve out HSR for future planned expansion. Some good points have been raised around the table that it's planned expansion that is unlikely to occur within the fiscal year that we're discussing. So to me, it sounds like it may be redundant. But I'm wondering if there is any affirmation from staff that would speak to the fact that we do have physical limitations due to the lack of capacity at the Mountain Station, the Mountain Transit Yard, that would kind of negate the ability for expansion, number one, without the additional capacity of the lower city transit operations center, which is not due to be completed until beyond 2026. So if there's a little tiny bit of clarification, perhaps the general manager, acting general manager might be able to alliterate on that.
Thank you for the question, and I am going to call on Acting Director Purser to help me out with this one.
Thank you. Through the chair, our new facility is 80% complete. We expect to have occupancy February of 2026. We will be launching some test service for our spring 2026 starting in May. Full summer board will run out of there in the summer, and we are on schedule to launch full fall service in September of 2026. That will provide us the capacity to continue expanding transit service in the city.
Second question, thank you for the answer, Acting Director. The proposal is not going to wind back. If the proposal, unamended, that's before us is approved and FTEs are frozen at the current level, there is no decline to existing service levels in terms of the HSR. It's status quo moving forward. Could I get an understanding of whether or not I've just made a true statement?
Through the chair, yes, service levels would stay as they are currently.
And I do understand, thank you to Acting Director, that there has been a growth trajectory in ridership, but again, we are not talking about reduction of service levels. We may be talking about a pause temporarily of enhancements, but we're not talking about any cuts or reductions.
I can chime in. That's my understanding as well, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any further speakers on the amendment. The amendment has been duly moved and seconded. Oh, apologies, it wasn't on my list. I see Councillor Maureen Wilson, you want to speak to this? Go ahead. And also welcome to Councillor Cassar, who's joining us online.
No, thank you. I appreciate Councillor Beatty's questions. I thought they were really important and precise. But I'm perhaps it's just me. I thought I heard a disconnect from my logic anyway at the end. We have, if I could just seek clarification, and I'm sorry to belabor this, I think it's important. We have the existing service levels. We have the FTEs we need in HSR now to deliver on existing service levels. I thought I heard from the acting director of HSR that those service levels will either shift and or be enhanced by the fall, so the fiscal year of 2026, in order for us to move to the next phase of enhancement of HSR service. So I just need clarity on what I think I've heard, two separate things. Thank you.
Through the chair, I will try and answer that. What I was trying to clarify is the comments were that the building is not going to be ready in 2026 in order to accommodate any expansion. However, based on where we are with construction, we are the building will be fully occupied, be occupied in February of 2026. So we do have the capacity, should council continue to invest in transit during 26 to expand.
Thank you. It's just on that last point, and I appreciate through the chair to Acting Director Purser. I understood that you were going to be able to open the existing facilities and get those buses that we're able to now accommodate with that facilities on the road. But again, I'm just trying to understand, though, that in those enabling building blocks will enable us to move in September of 2026 to the first phase, first round of HSR next. If that is true, does that September 2026 date-ish in 2026 fiscal year, will it have an impact on existing FTE numbers? Thank you. Will it require additional FTEs? Thank you.
Through the chair, the growth strategy, our HSR Next, which is pending approval from council, does require additional FTE in order to add the service that is set to occur should it be approved in 2026. Yes.
Thank you for providing that clarity. I apologize to my colleagues, but again, if we are to advance to HSR Next, we cannot do it within the existing complement. We do need an enhancement of complement, and I believe that report is coming to us in July of what that means and what that looks like. If I recall Acting General Manager Jackie Kennedy's comments many hours ago now about what is forthcoming. So I believe, in my opinion, my motion is still in order because it will impact our capacity in the fiscal year of 2026 to deliver on that commitment. Thank you.
Okay, for a third time, Councillor Spadafora, or maybe not a third time really, because we're on the amendment now. So for some time, Councillor Spadafora.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Wilson's last few questions. Helped me understand something. So currently, our HSR strategy for the next 10 years has not even been presented or voted on. At least, I think that's what I heard. So we're talking about this motion affecting service levels for HSR's strategy that has yet to be presented and yet to be approved by this council. So that's odd, because we don't know the strategy, we don't know the number of FTEs because it hasn't been presented, nor has it been approved. But what we do know is that we are, best case with no delay, hoping, as we all know, construction project is guaranteed to be done in February. Let's say we have a terrible winter. Let's say something happens, kind of like my exit off the link in my ward, that's delayed because something happened. We get a delay. We don't move until April. Now we don't start our fall implementation until December. 1 year of FTEs approved that sit vacant for an entire year. Another year of vacancies. So at the end of the day, we don't have a strategy presented. We don't have a strategy approved. We have hundreds of vacancies across the city. Let's get real and do what's right. Do what's right. Let's bring our spending into control. We don't need FTEs. We need to do a better job of being efficient with the FTEs that have been approved and some that have been sitting empty, more than 1 or 2, for 12 months. I'll be voting against the amendment.
Okay, now that's the end of the speakers list on the amendment. And so I'm sure we all know where the amendment is from Councillor Maureen Wilson. We're going to vote on it now. And the vote is up. And then we'll return to the main motion. Right now, we're voting on the amendment put forward by Councillor Maureen Wilson and seconded by Councillor Huang. Councillor Cassar, I believe you may be present at this time. If so, could you indicate your vote either, I see it. A thumb is up now. Thank you so much. And that is defeated 6-8. And now we return to the original motion, and there are no further speakers. Just again, to clarify where we are in case any of us have lost the plot, myself included, the motion at GIC was 9-5. It was carried. It was Councillor Spatafor's motion. So if you're voting yes, you're voting to affirm the decision to carry on with Councillor Spatafor's motion. If you're voting no, you're voting not to. So that's where we are today, and we're going to go to the vote at this moment. Thank you. And that carries 9-5. At this point, I don't see further speakers on the GIC minutes, which we'd have to go back to at this time for their final approval. I'm giving just the most intent look around the room. I'm not seeing anyone online or here that wants to go so we will go to the vote for the GIC minutes at this time, and it is now up. And that carries 14-0. At this time, I'd love for someone to move and second that we go on lunch until 1 p.m. Councillor McMeekin was quickest, Councillor Nan is second, and that will be a show of hands. All those in favor of going to lunch? Councillor Clark is opposed, everyone else is in favor. That motion carries. See you at 1 p.m. back here. Thank you. Meeting for June 18th, 2025. Your Chair, Ward 2 City Councilor Cameron Kretsch. We have quorum to resume our meeting after our lunchtime break and are proceeding now to item 7.4. The Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee meeting minutes for June 12, 2025, AFA 25008. Councilor Spatafora, take it away.
Thank you, Chair. Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor and Vice Chair Jeff Beattie. AFNA 25-008 being the minutes of Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee held on June 12, 2025, be received and the recommendation contained therein be approved, and that the following correspondence items be received. Correspondence from Gabriel Nicholson respecting minute item 10.4, Ward 2 Community Grants Q2 2025, Ward 2.
Thanks, and just say to anybody who's joining us online, I don't see if your camera's not on, I can't see you, but I do see right now Councillor Maureen Wilson and Councillor Alex Wilson. And thanks, and appreciate your patience while we use the technology in this room. And looking to anyone who wants to speak to an item on the AFNA agenda minutes before we go to anything else. And I see as a first speaker, please identify the item. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It is 7.1, which is the review of development charges and developer incentives. This was an update that this committee received. I'm wondering if we can just hear from staff to explain the next step. So this was actually a public hearing that was required under the Development Charges Act that we conducted. And then the next step is to take all of that information and do what?
Through the Deputy Mayor, as Councillor Clark identified, the purpose of the meeting was a public meeting to hear from delegates with respect to what staff have presented as some preliminary changes to the development charge bylaw. In addition to this public meeting, a series of public engagements were held in May, leading up to a recommendation report that staff will bring forward to committee end of July 30th. We are working towards, and that recommendation report would either confirm the preliminary recommendations with respect to amendments to the DC bylaw or propose some new amendments to the DC bylaw. And to be clear, the amendments are focused on development charge discounts and exemptions exclusively.
Thank you for that. And so the last question that I have is that we will come forward with this development charges policy for all intents and purposes. Has the development charges bylaw been opened in this process in its entirety, or is it scoped? Because my concern is once we open that DC bylaw, any developer that has any issue with the bylaw can then appeal it.
Through the chair, it is scoped just to development charge discounts and exemptions. I'll also share that under Bill 17, had Bill 17 been in effect at the time that the city opened up the bylaw, we would not have to have gone through this process. If under Bill 17, if there's any reductions to DCs through exemptions or discounts, it does not require the full process in terms of the 60 days of public engagement and the level of engagement. So to the councillor's question, yes, it is scoped to DC discounts and exemptions exclusively.
Supplemental to that, if I may. So I guess the last one wasn't my last question. When we exempt, in the past, the development charges, as I recall, required us to find an offsetting revenue for the loss of development charges that we had exempted. Is that still the case? So the proposal coming forward will explain the exemptions, and are we still required under the Act to find offsetting revenue to replace those exemptions?
Through the Deputy Mayor, yes. So municipalities are responsible for the full funding of growth-related infrastructure, including the funding of DC exemptions. or discounts. With respect to this tax and rate budget year, we had included some development charge exemptions or discounts for both residential, non-residential. In our July report back, we will review whether or not any of that funding can be repurposed towards the work ahead, given that the pace of development is not achieving what our assumptions were during the development of our rate and tax budget. So there is funding that was set aside through both the rate budget and tax budget for DC exemptions, and we will report back in July whether or not any of that funding can be appropriated towards this work.
So the act requirement to set aside these exemptions and for us to put offsetting revenue in it, it is not limited to purely municipal revenue, i.e. if the federal government gave us $300 million plus for the water treatment plant, we could take that revenue and use it to lower development charges for housing. Is that correct?
That's correct. So again, municipalities are responsible for the funding of the infrastructure projects. Exclusive of DCs, the tools we would rely upon is either levy funding, rate funding, reserve funding, or funding from senior levels of government in the form of grants.
Thank you. I just wanted to get that on the floor so that everybody was on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other further speakers on the list with regards to the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee minutes. We will have a vote at this time on those minutes. And the vote is up. And that carries 13-0. We're now on to 7.6, the Selection Committee for Agencies, Boards, and Committees from June 16th, 2025.
Yes.
Oh, pardon me, 7.5. All right. We'll rewind the tape slightly. 7.5, the Emergency and Community Services Committee minutes for June 12th, 2025.
Ready for you?
ECS 25006. Councillor Nam.
Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Clark that the ECS 25-006, being the minutes of the Emergency Community Services Committee meeting held on Thursday, June 12th, 2025, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved, and B, that the following correspondence item be received. Which is I, correspondence from France Valencourt, Executive Director for Centre de Santé, respecting minute item 6.1, Kevin Gonchi's delegation on the Mohawk Sports Park. Thank you.
Thank you. And on my speakers list, Councillor Clark.
Thank you. On item 7.1, it's an item for information. It's the Hamilton Paramedic Service 2024 annual report. It's a good presentation if you get a chance to read the entire document. I do want to extend my best wishes to Chief Sanderson. I believe he's coming into retirement and leaving our service. He has done a remarkable job. He tackled some incredibly difficult issues. For example, the code zeros where we only had one ambulance or less available. That was very trying times for this council and for the paramedic service because they were caught literally sitting in a hospital holding a patient's hand because the hospital would not accept the transfer of the patient, which is required under provincial legislation. So we have now, through Chief Sanderson's work and through the discussions and consultation and collaboration with hospitals, we've lowered that down to, I think the last year was 2 out of the entire year, which is phenomenal compared to where we were. So thank you to Chief Sanderson. One of the things that came up, Deputy Mayor, if I may take this latitude, we were speaking of response times, and the response times for the paramedic service has been excellent. One of the questions I did ask at that time was, what is the response time for the 911 service answering the phone? So if you call 911, how quickly does someone answer the phone? And the reason I asked this information asked about this is in Toronto, there was an example where someone had been shot, someone was providing medical aid and called 911 while they were providing medical aid, and they waited 6 minutes and 43 seconds before an operator picked up and said, 911, can I help you? So I'm just trying to clarify here, how would we get the stats for Hamilton? I believe it's the police department that is running the 911 office. I don't recall ever seeing stats for the answering of the phone. So is that something that would require a motion, or staff will look into it and bring it back to us? I think it's an important issue, and we don't know exactly how well we're doing if we don't know what's happening when people call 911.
Through the chair, Grace Mader, General Manager, Healthy and Safe Communities. Councillor, we can report back on that. We can bring that information back for your information and for all of council.
Thank you. Do we require a motion for that, and it would be referred back to AF&A to go through the normal process?
I mean, ECS, but yeah, we should have a motion so it's documented.
Thank you.
You want to move that? We should have a motion so it's documented.
Yes, please. So I would move that staff be requested to present information with regards to the response times on phone calls to 911 service.
With respect to ambulance dispatch.
Well, no, it's when you call 911, they say 911, is this for police, ambulance, or fire? It's that service that we need to see how quickly they're answering the phones.
Before I just get a secondary for your motion and go forward, I just want to make sure I understand, because the police service, I believe, reports back on that, but we're talking about a different dispatch service, just to clarify.
Through the chair, no, it's a dispatch service for all three services, for police, ambulance, and fire.
Okay.
So it may get reported to the police service, but it doesn't get reported here. And given what happened in Toronto, I think it would be appropriate that we share with the public what our ratios are.
Yeah, we can try and find that information. Okay, so moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Huang. And we'll need an electronic vote on the motion. The motion's up for electronic vote. That carries 13-0. Thank you very much. We're back to the balance of the ECS report. I don't see further speakers at this time, so we'll go to the vote. And the vote's up. And that carries 13-0 also. Now it's time for 7.6, the selection committee for agencies, boards, and subcommittees for June 16, 2025. SABC 25004, and I think Councillor Alex Wilson has the motion for this at this time.
Thank you.
Oh, we do have to, before we do it, sorry, we have to suspend the rules before we do it. I forgot, sorry. Apologies. We need a mover and seconder. I guess you can be the mover, and a seconder to suspend the rules to consider this report, because of course June 16th was only 2 days ago, so there wasn't a lot of public notice to have the report. So moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Tattison, that we suspend the rules to consider this report. That's an electronic vote. And that vote carries 13-0. And sorry, back to the original motion. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Wang that the minutes of Monday's meeting for the selection of boards, agencies, and committees be received and approved.
I don't see anyone indicating they wish to speak to this. We will go to the electronic vote. That vote is up. And that vote carries 13-0. We're on now to item 8, items for consideration, 8.1 LS 25012, insurance renewal. And this was moved from our last meeting, as you may recall, to this meeting. May I have a mover and seconder to receive and approve the recommendations in this report, moved by Councillor Spatafora, seconded by Councillor Huang. Any discussion? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It's on page 3 of 4 in this particular report. Under alternatives, there's one sentence in there that kind of bothered me, and I'd like an explanation if I can get one. It says the city's broker markets the city insurance coverage annually upon renewal and was only able to obtain coverage from one existing insurer. So can someone explain to me why no one's willing to insure Hamilton?
Through the chair, Lisa Shields, City Solicitor, I do have our broker online. I'm hoping she can join us to answer that question, Linda Papadopoulos.
Thank you.
Linda, if you're there and can join us and turn your camera on to answer Councillor Clark's question, that'd be great. I'll just wait for that to occur before recognizing you.
If not, I can start the answer. And my understanding through the chair is that the city's municipalities generally, it's in the report itself, are generally hard to insure because of the profile of the risk that the city has. We have a number of sidewalks, buses, Linda's joining us now, but the city's profile, and as well as the fact that we are a municipality, lends itself to making it difficult to find coverage. But Linda, maybe you can expand on that.
Sorry, I missed the first part of the question.
That's okay. The question was simply just whether, no problem. Thanks for joining us, Linda. The question was regarding the fact that we only had one person being able to insure us, and Councillor Clark asked why people aren't wanting to insure municipalities, why we only kind of had that one option, and wondered if you could expand on the reason why municipalities are difficult to insure.
It was a sentence in the alternatives that the city's broker markets the city insurance coverage annually upon renewal and was only able to obtain coverage from the existing insurer. So why can't we find insurance for the city?
Yes, so the statement is not that we cannot find insurance, but the program that we have right now is, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, through the chair. The insurance program that's in place right now is with one of the most longest standing insurance program providers for municipalities. And there are just a couple of other options, but the current program is the most competitive and comprehensive for the city of Hamilton. So as an independent broker, I have access to all the insurers and potential insurers that would look at a municipality. But given the different and complex risks of municipalities, the long tail claims that endure, the variety of different types of risks, not all insurance companies have an appetite for municipal liability and property insurance. So we're very restricted in the insurance marketplace, generally speaking, to maybe two or three viable insurance providers. And the one that we currently have is the most competitive and comprehensive for the city of Hamilton, based on our review. And this year we were able to, number one, reduce the self-insured retention or deductible for the city of Hamilton. We were able to expand some of the insurance coverages, the sublimits, as well as come in with an overall increase at just under 6.7%.
So, Deputy Mayor, if I can just ask for a little bit of clarification. So it sounded like there were 3 insurers that could possibly insure the city, but this broker is recommending the insurance coverage that we currently, the insurer, there we go, the insurer that we currently have continue in that role. Did I hear that right?
Through the chair, yes. And it's not just one insurer. We have multiple insurers that make up the insurance program for the city of Hamilton. So it's this grouping of insurers that form the program for the city of Hamilton.
Okay. The last question that I have is with regards to cyber insurance. Has there been any change in the cyber insurance coverage for the city of Hamilton, given what we have currently experienced?
The cyber policy, the cyber insurance policy for the city of Hamilton does not renew until December 31st. So this is not part of the current insurance renewal offering.
Thank you. Chair, just a couple of comments, and I appreciate Linda coming on the stream here to help us with this. You know, I'm constantly watching the city do runarounds for procurement. So instead of trying to find competition and improve the efficiency of the services and the contracts, we continue to accept the one that we have because they know us, because they've worked with us for umpteen years and we trust them. And we do that for when we do standardization of products. Yeah, this is the best product, so we know them, so we're going to standardize it so they now know that we're not going to shop around. And we have no guarantees across this process that we are getting the best value for dollar for the city of Hamilton. So while I'll accept this here today, I struggle with that because we're not seeing what other insurance companies are offering. We're taking the broker at their word that they found the best offer. And that just seems a little bit unusual. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further speakers on the list at this time. Oh, pardon me. A manual indication, Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wondering, you said that cyber attack, we still, it doesn't come due till December 31st. I was wondering, and you talked about expanding our insurance. Did we have a rider for the cyber attack? Did we have settled that it wasn't covered? And we're waiting for that information until it comes due, or do you have any more information?
I believe that information, I'll turn to the city solicitor at this point.
Okay.
Through the chair, some of that discussion took place in camera.
Oh, okay.
So we can have that. But in terms of our existing policy for cyber insurance, we presented that, I believe that was in March or just recently, and it laid out the terms of our coverage then.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I agree with Councillor Clark. Sometimes you stay with one company thinking that's the best. So, yeah, I would like to explore expanding our insurance without bigger deductibles. So I'll support this now, but it'd be good to know. Yes.
Through the chair, I might ask, just so that council is aware of, this committee is aware of how we procure insurance services, maybe I can ask Dana to explain the process that we have, where we have a broker that this council approved for us to use to procure the insurance services for the city. Dana? Dana is our manager of risk.
Through the chair, Dana McLean, Manager of Risk Management Services. I believe the question is the process with regards to procuring the insurance. The city does go out to our RFP for a competitive bid process in order to procure the services of the broker. So the broker has been retained through that process, and the broker's responsibility is to take the city's insurance requirements to market and market that to various insurance companies to return with the best policy and terms and rates that are in favor of the city.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Paulson said thank you. Thank you very much, Dana. Oh, Councillor Clark wants to be added to the list again. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to ask Dana, have we ever changed, in the last 5 years, have we changed the broker?
Through the chair, we just went to competitive bid in 2024, at which time the contract was awarded to AJ Gallagher, and they were the incumbent at the time.
So in the last 5 years or 5 contracts, the broker has been the same for the city of Hamilton?
Correct.
Thank you.
I don't see anybody else on the speakers list for this item, so we're going to go to the vote. And the vote is up. Councillor Nanis in favor. And that carries 12-1. We're now on to motions. 9.1, the 2025 Hamilton Santa Claus Parade. And these motions are on the agenda, everyone, so if you want to read the whole thing out, you can, but it's not required. Councillor Jackson, should you speak to your motion?
Boy, was that ever a subtle message from the acting mayor.
Oh, no, that's for everybody, not just you, Councillor Jackson. You just happen to be first.
I just happen to be first. All right, well, let's start with the moving and seconding, and then I could get to the therefore be it resolved, sensing the efficiency of our acting mayor, Kretsch. Moved by myself, seconded by the hardworking Ward 14 Councillor Mikel Spatafora. And I will then go right to the therefore be it resolves. A, the costs associated with the 2025 Hamilton Santa Claus Parade delivery be funded one time from the Ward 6 discretionary account, number noted, at an upset limit, including contingency, not to exceed $5,631. B, that costs associated with the 25 Santa Claus Parade delivery be funded one time from the Ward 7 discretionary account, number noted, at an upset limit, including contingency, not to exceed $5,000. Thank you very much, Councillor Esther Pauls. C, the costs associated with the 25 Santa Claus Parade delivery be funded one time from the Ward 8 discretionary account, number noted, upset limit including contingency, not to exceed $5,000. Thank you, Ward 8. And D, that the costs associated with the 25 Santa Claus Parade delivery be funded one time from the Ward 14 discretionary account, number noted, at an upset limit including contingency, not to exceed $5,000. Thank you so much, Councillor Michael Spatafora. E, that any of these funds allocated and distributed through this motion be exempt on a one-time basis, not be counted toward any formula that restricts regularly funding from the city, included the City Enrichment Fund, that being the city's 30% formula. And F, that the mayor and city clerk be authorized, directed to execute any required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. Please, Acting Mayor Kretsch, allow me to say thank yous to Special Advisor Andrea Carvello from the CEF Funding, Coordinator Rebecca Farad, and our new Director Heather Anderson. And also I want to say to Deputy Clerk Janet Pilon, always helping me to ensure the language and the wordsmithing is proper in my motions. And above all, huge thank you to Volunteer Chair Doug Hobson and his amazing volunteer committee of the Hamilton Santa Claus Parade. I know it's tough to think of Santa Claus and parade 6 months in advance, but this hopeful support today is most needed to ensure that the volunteers have the resources and the funding in place to move forward with the parade. And I know that Councillor Esther Pauls was extremely proud, as we all were as Mountain Amigos, that for the first time ever the parade was held on the mountain last year. According to the parade organizers, it was the best attended ever. I always wanted and always supported the parade in the lower city and in the downtown, because the downtown is the heart of our city. But to the parade organizers, they had to make an adjustment, moved it up on the mountain. It's going to be on the mountain again this year. But just want to thank them for all their efforts. And this additional funding was necessary, Acting Mayor Kretsch, because Santa Claus did get a passing grade on his CEF application, but the passing wasn't quite stellar enough, Teacher Tattison, so that he could get full funding from CEF, hence this motion before us today. Thank you, Acting Mayor Kretsch.
And we'll be happy to hear that, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Huang.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, not that I want to put any type of challenge on the Santa Claus parade. My question is sort of answered by Councillor Jackson's last comment, which was they got a passing grade, but it wasn't that great of a passing grade. And that's the reason why to supplement. I wonder through you if I could ask Director Anders or whoever from CEF, how are we helping them do better on their application? So then that way it doesn't always have to continue to come back to council to ask for all of these discretionary funds, because I'm also mindful that discretionary is meant to be one time, and this is per year. So I'm just wondering, like, how do we help this organization do better? And how do we make them a little more sustainable?
I'll pause and we'll see if there's folks from the City Enrichment Fund staff who could answer that question. Oh, thank you so much, Director of Communications and Community Engagement, Heather Anderson.
Thank you for your question. Through you, Deputy Mayor. We continue to work with them to review the application, and our program managers continue to work with them to help raise the quality level so that they can get the funding.
Thank you. I think just as a comment, I want to definitely support, I'm absolutely supportive of this. I'm just worried that this is going to be a consistent challenge. They're all volunteers. They're not going to be professional grant writers. They're not going to know what the right sort of process is. So my hope is that we've put a little more rigor into the CEF process so that we can help them with actually developing a better application year over year over year. So then that way this doesn't have to continuously come back to council to come out of the discretionary funds. So that's just my commentary. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, and of course, I support this 100%, and I want to thank Councillor Jackson for bringing it up. I just want you to know, after the parade, the next day, I had hashtag, keep it on the mountain, keep it on the mountain. It was great. It was great to see kids, families, having parties along the road, and the best thing was, I remember they were having a party at one house, they invited me to stay, have drinks. Everybody was so happy. It's such an important parade, I think, for everyone. So, and the best thing is then we go straight to Linebridge Mall and we light up the tree for Christmas. So it was great. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. I don't see anybody else on the speakers list about this motion, so we're going to move to the vote. And the vote is up. Councillor Pauls is in favor. And that carries 13-0. And now we're on to 9.2. It's a one-time grant for affordable and supportive housing at 922 Main Street East, the So Canadian Charitable Society. Councillor Nowinton to speak to your motion.
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Ford, the hardworking Ward 4 councillor, to give recognition where recognition is due, and taking a little script note there from my colleague, Councillor Jackson. So, colleagues, before you, I had circulated a heads up for you all about this motion coming in, but for the public record, whereas Luso Canadian Charitable Society, a registered charitable organization, is developing a new affordable and supportive housing facility at 922 Main Street East in the city of Hamilton, and has received property tax exemption authorized under bylaw number 24-196. And whereas a project has been approved under the city's affordable housing development project stream as endorsed by council, and is aligned with the city's housing sustainability and investment roadmap, the housing and homelessness action plan, and council's strategic priorities of safe and thriving neighborhoods, specifically the objective to increase the supply of affordable and supportive housing and reduce chronic homelessness. And whereas the development will provide permanent housing and supportive services for aging individuals with disabilities, including developmental disabilities, and is receiving $16 million in capital funding from the province of Ontario, as announced in the 2025 Ontario budget, a plan to protect Ontario. And whereas Section 4.2 of the Development Charges Act 1997 prescribes that development charges shall not be imposed on nonprofit housing developments, and the city's development charges bylaw number 24-072 has been enacted in accordance with that legislation. And whereas the definition of not-profit housing under the Act is set by the province of Ontario, and municipalities are required to apply this narrow statutory definition in administering municipal development charge relief, which has triggered $474,443.65 in city and go development charges, which could cause undue financial hardship on the organization. And whereas the province of Ontario has clearly demonstrated its support for Luso Canadian Charitable Society's project, both through property tax exemption status as well assessed by the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, and through a direct $16 million capital investment announcement. Due to the legislative definition, the organization is not eligible for development charge exemptions unless it alters its articles of incorporation. And whereas this situation highlights a regulatory inconsistency, hate those, whereas a charitable organization delivering deeply affordable and supportive housing fully aligned with provincial and municipal priorities may be rendered ineligible for municipal development charge relief solely due to technical incorporation language, risking unnecessary administrative delays and jeopardizing the timely delivery of the project. Very nicely worded, thank you. Whereas such delays may place the organization's confirmed provincial and anticipated federal funding commitments at risk, undermining the viability of the project and the shared intergovernmental goal of accelerating the delivery of affordable and supportive housing. Therefore, be it resolved that the staff be authorized, with a lot of eyebrows being raised, and directed to provide a one-time grant equivalent to a city and go development charge payable to Luso Canadian Charitable Society respecting 30 residential units at 922 Main Street East under building permit 25-100409 in the amount of $474,443.65 and funded as follows, providing the building permit is issued on or before October 21st this year. I, $291,383.65 from the Tax Stabilization Reserve account. 2, $143,310 from the Waterworks Capital Reserve. And finally, 3, $39,750 from the Sanitary Sewer Capital Reserve. And the paragraph that I emphasized there for my colleagues that was so well worded with our Housing Secretariat staff really does clarify for my colleagues why it's so important that we move forward with this. Again, this is about a technicality in the organization's documentations in terms of its status, and also hinges our ability to move forward. The hoarding's already up, folks. They're ready to dig. They're ready to build this. We have municipal funding that's tied to this project. We'd like to be able to not just cut the ribbon, but more importantly, deliver the housing and make sure occupancy is not impacted with the timeline. So it's before council's consideration. Any questions, staff are available.
Just double checking here. I believe we do have a speaker on the list. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm a little bit apprehensive because I don't really understand what the one whereas is saying. So it indicates that through a direct $16 million capital investment announced in the 2025 budget, yet due to legislative definition, the organization is not eligible for development charge exemptions unless it alters its articles of incorporation. So am I to understand, and I'd like to hear from staff on this, that the $16 million that was in the provincial budget is money that is going to flow to this project, notwithstanding the technicality in the legislative definition that the organizer is not a not-for-profit?
Through the chair, I'm going to defer this answer to Director Justin Lewis with the Secretariat.
Thank you.
And thanks, Grace. And through the chair, can you hear me okay? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Through the chair, Councillor Clark, it's a good question. So yes, the money would flow from the province to this project without this this change happening. However, the project would still be hindered from moving forward to be able to spend that money and do the construction relative to the funding being flowed to them. I hope that answers your question.
Partially, and thank you for that, sir. So the money that is required for this project to start, they're not getting the 16 million from the province as of yet. Is that correct? That's money that's coming. It's not here.
And through the chair, yes, Councillor, that is my understanding.
Okay, so given the breadth of this construction, is it your belief that the 474,400 and blah, 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 that amount of money, $475,000, is sufficient to get this project underway, given that the feds or the province have not provided the 16 million yet?
I think as soon as, sorry, and through the chair, Councillor, it's a good question. So as soon as the project is underway and as soon as we have figured this out, that money will be flowing from the province for the project to move forward. So construction, it is my understanding that construction will start almost immediately once we've gotten over this hurdle.
Okay, so I'm not quite sure. Is the province withholding the $16 million until we do this DC exemption?
Through the chair, Councillor, no, the province is not.
Thank you. And are the feds anywhere in on this deal?
There is in every capital stack, and through the chair, Councillor, through every capital stack that we have for each of our projects through the project stream, the federal government, CMHC, the provincial government in some instances has some funding in that capital stack, and the municipality is now doing that through our project stream. I would have to get exact numbers on what it is that the federal government through CMHC is funding for this project, but I do know that they have their full capital stack, whether it be from the province, feds, and the municipality to move this project forward.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, so what I'm trying to verify is that if we approve this where we are, this project is not coming back to council asking for more money because the feds or the province did not provide the funding that we expected.
And through the chair, Councillor, I would say to you, yes, that is correct.
So we're safe.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Oh, Councillor Pauls.
Yeah, one of the whereas, I don't understand it, maybe I could, it said that due to technical incorporation language risking unnecessary administrative delays. Is it because they're for-profit and nonprofit? Are they nonprofit or are they both? They're a charity. And the charity is a nonprofit. So what technical incorporation language was risky? What was the problem?
I'll turn back to Director Lewis, if he may be able to clarify that.
For sure, and through the chair, Councillor Pauls, it's a good question. So in different legislation, so for example, you'll see in the motion that it stipulates that on one side of things as it relates to property tax, this project was, through a special members bill recognized as a charity or not-for-profit. But then as it relates to other legislation relative to DC development charges and other exemptions, because the not-for-profit does not have their articles of incorporation stipulating that housing is their number one priority and might have other priorities that they work on, or other arms of an organization that they work on, that they're not recognized through that legislation. So through us doing this, and what you're talking about around that articles of incorporation, LUSO is doing that work because they have to go to the Canadian Revenue Agency to do that work, but it does take 3 to 6 months to be able to get that done, and that would hinder the project from moving forward, and it might take us into 2026 for the building to be constructed, even into 2027. So what we're doing here is we're actually allowing this to happen and expediting the project to move forward in a really good way. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor Pauls.
It does, but I just want to ask a question. I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but I'm just wondering, do we ever give DC charge exemption if they are for profit, but they do agree to build affordable housing? So let's say somebody wants to build affordable housing, but they don't have their status of not. Do we exempt their DC exemption? Just,
That's more of a finance question, I imagine, than generally, broadly speaking, in terms of how DC exemptions work with respect to not-for-profit corporations. I'm just going to turn to General Manager Zagaric if he has an answer. He may not. This is coming kind of out of the blue, so he may not.
Through the chair, I don't recall of a situation where it's a for-profit entity that have been eligible for development charge exemptions under an affordable housing stream. Our intent is there may be other not-for-profit organizations similar to LUSO who fall under these circumstances. So earlier today, we discussed the DC bylaw review, and our intent is to review and build in some language in our July 30th report to address these issues on the go forward, so other organizations don't fall in a similar situation. Other organizations who are not-for-profit and receive federal and/or provincial funding as well as municipal and are developing affordable housing.
Okay, thank you. Just inquiry that, because I know some builders keep saying, we will do affordable housing, give us a break, so just wanting to know what our policy is, and yep, thank you.
Oh, Councillor Nan for a second time.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And just to clarify, we are seeing an increase in the number of organizations that primarily focused on the supportive aspect of their work, the supportive services for populations that have been left underserved in our communities due to lack of funding and or downloading of social and health services away from provincial responsibility. And so in their attempt to provide that wraparound support and also address the way in which so many folks with disabilities cannot afford housing in the rising cost of living, let alone the stagnancy of ODSP rates by the provincial government, we're seeing organizations take on a development of themselves that go well beyond their usual wheelhouse and taking on expertise and development to become housing providers as well in order for them to care for the population, and in some cases from childhood all the way through into adulthood. So this is an example of that, as an organization that is expanding its mandate and its capacity as being part of the solution in this country. Thank you.
I see no further speakers. We will go to the vote. And the vote's up. That vote carries 12-0. And now we're on to item 9.3, the Ward 3 Community Resilience Grants for Spring 2025 allocation. Councillor Nan, would you please speak to your motion, though you don't have to read the entire thing.
I know. Was that what the eyebrows were all about earlier?
Those were the speaking eyebrows, yes.
Seconded by Councillor Tattison. These are Ward 3 community resilience grants. My colleagues around the table will be familiar with this practice on the part of the Ward 3 office. It's an allocation of funds that come from the non-property tax revenue account in Ward 3 that stem from a bell tower on the stadium. And so the allocation over the last several years has been through my office and residents and groups and organizations putting forward applications. And so the motion here today allows us to invest in it allows us to invest in initiatives that speak to community resilience. We had 23 applicants requesting over $50,000 from a pot that only has $36,000. We reviewed all the funding applications, and with big thanks to City Enrichment Fund Advisor Andrea Karlova for her advice on our adjudication process, which we have enhanced. We really are seeing the best of Ward 3 innovation and community-based funding requests here. The allocation will be to smaller grassroots organizations and individuals who are working directly with the community to make a difference in the tangible lives and outcomes of residents in the ward, as well as put in place programming that has the potential for being year on year and growing in its scope and capacity. So really is speaking to building on the resilience in Ward 3 by Ward 3 residents, as well as just a final notice that you'll see the next iteration of this grant after Labor Day in the fall when we do our fall round of the community resilience grants in Ward 3. And that's it. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Tattison.
I do not see anybody in the speakers list. We shall go to the vote. The vote is up. And that vote carries 11-0. We're now on to statements by members. As there are notices of motion, if members would like to make a statement, please add yourself to the list electronically. I will accept a manual addition to the list, so try and do that in a manner where I can see you. Taking a breath now just to look at the list, and then Councillor Spadafora.
Thank you, Chair. Two statements for me. I guess one for sure has something to do with Ward 14, but maybe not the other one. They're both sport comments. One, Councillor Jackson, don't get all fired up. It's not just about Panthers, but I'd like to congratulate the Florida Panthers on winning back-to-back Stanley Cups for a very good reason, and you'll take those boos back as soon as I finish.
Apologies, Councillor.
Thank you. I'd like to congratulate Carter Verhage, born in Hamilton, Waterdown more specifically, went to St. Mary's Catholic Secondary School and did play his minor hockey in possibly some organizations that I may have a small part in. One of the funny points about Carter is he was drafted by the Toronto Maple Leafs in 2013. Isn't that funny? Oh, man, that's funny. This is, oh, don't worry, I'm using all five. This is Carter's third Stanley Cup after not playing for the Toronto Maple Leafs. And on behalf of all of Hamilton, I want to congratulate Carter. He's made our city proud 3 times for sure by winning a Stanley Cup, but a model citizen and one that enjoys bringing the cup back. Last time I believe he brought it back last year to Harry Howell. So hopefully Carter plans on bringing the Stanley Cup back to Hamilton in a few months. So congratulations, Carter. And then the last thing, tied to Ward 14, Chair. Tomorrow night, Shea Alexander hopefully finishes off Indiana and brings home an NBA championship to the city of Hamilton to go alongside with his MVP trophy that he won a few weeks ago. So good luck to Shea, and hopefully he can follow in Carter's footsteps and bringing home an NBA championship to the city of Hamilton. Thank you.
Thank you. Well within your 5 minutes, Councillor Spatafor. I appreciate it. Councillor Nan, Councillor Clark, I believe Councillor Jackson, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So first off, I just want to say congratulations to the city staff team and all the volunteers and folks who are involved in the Hamilton Art Awards, which we proudly hosted in Ward 3 at the Westinghouse headquarters, and had the pleasure of attending and presenting Hamilton Art Awards along with my colleague from the Mountain, Councillor Spatafor, in awarding residents and artists in several categories. It was a really fun evening. So great to see such amazing artwork and to see how much our residents are contributing to the art and culture and status of our municipality. Wanted to make a public announcement. If folks haven't heard this already, this weekend being the ArtCal's Rally Concert Run #2 happening at the stadium on Saturday, there's going to be a kickoff to the rally weekend in Ward 3 at the Rally Court in Woodlands Park this Friday, June 20th at 12:30 to celebrate community, but also celebrate sports. So you'll get an opportunity to hang out with our ArtCals, but also some very special guests who I cannot tell you anything about that you might be very interested in seeing. We'll also have some local high school basketball players joining as well, and really is an opportunity to spread some joy. It's the best thing when our parks can be used to gather and to do it in a way that not only celebrates our existing community, but brings special guests into our city to make some really important funding announcements that fundamentally improve the lives of Ward 3 and Hamilton residents. So again, everyone is welcome. It's open to the public. It's 12:30 on a Friday. You might need a permission form from your school. A reminder also at Gage Park. So last weekend we had a Taste of the Philippines, which was amazing and incredible. Had so many residents say how important it was for them to be able to show up, especially in light of the tragic events that happened at the Filipino Festival in Vancouver earlier this spring. So just a big thank you to all the residents who enjoyed that and tied those two things together and showed up in solidarity to the Filipino community locally here. Franco Fest will be taking over Gage Park this weekend from the 20th to the 22nd, and also occurring around the same time during solstice, the Children's Place at Gage Park. Lots of family fun activities. The Children's Garden Project is near the parking lot over by the little stream. So if you haven't been there yet, come on through. It's many years of infrastructure and growth, shepherded by young people in terms of biodiversity, but also an opportunity for children to learn about horticulture, to learn about food, to learn about agriculture, and to take that knowledge back home with them as well. And one more thing that I will invite folks to participate in Ward 3 and also spanning all the way over to Ward 2. I don't remember the westerly boundary, but I think it's Gore Park. Open Streets is happening this Sunday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. King Street will be closed to cars and open to pedestrians from Gage Avenue all the way over to John Street. There's the boundary. Lots of activation happening along the route, and my office will be set up at the Wentworth Street Hub from 10 a.m. till noon for our community office hours through our Ward 3 office pop-up. That's it. Thank you.
Next up, Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And before we end up moving into the in-camera stuff, I would like to say publicly that I really appreciate how you ran the meeting today. You helped us understand exactly where the votes were and explained them very well. And it was just very helpful. Thank you. To the folks in Upper Stony Creek and Lower Stony Creek, Councillor Matt Franson's area, who are still experiencing horrendous odors from a landfill. And I'd like to stipulate here that this landfill, before GFL took it over, did not have the odor complaints that we are experiencing today. I sat on the CLC for 14 years, more than 14 years actually, and the number of odor complaints that we would get annually presented to the Community Liaison Committee was in and around 10 to 12, maybe 15. Hundreds of odor complaints are being received. And you need to understand this is a community that did not experience this odor, and then all of a sudden it appeared. And everyone gave them answers as to why it appeared, but no one could explain how they were going to get rid of this odor. We are now heading into year 3, and the odor last night hit my house again, and I'm 1.4 kilometers to the west. So it is an awful situation. You will recall that this council unanimously supported 2 motions. One was to have finance report back on potential tax breaks, discounts, compassionate grants, that type of funding to assist residents. And that report is due the end of this quarter, so June 30th. And the other one was coming from legal, and that was in terms of how do we approach section 447.1 of the Municipal Act, where a municipality can go ask a judge to shut down an operation because of persistent nuisance. And that also is due June 30th. The one will be an in-camera document initially, and then we will deal with how it can be made public from that. And I appreciate the residents' patience. They are eagerly waiting for these reports. In the meantime, Deputy Mayor, I ask all residents that when they smell an odor, that they report it to the Ministry of Environment. You can call in on the 24/7 report pollutions and spills. That's online. You can get that number. The local district office for business days is 905-521-7650, and you can call there. A lot of residents have been complaining to me, Chair, that they have been reporting to GFL, and GFL has been coming out and either belittling them or ignoring their complaint. It's not us, while they were still smelling the odor. So they feel like they're being gaslit, and it's very frustrating. So we've been just bypassing GFL and sending all the complaints directly to the Ministry of Environment, and I encourage folks to continue to do that. It will make a difference, and I'll just get the 24-hour spill line here for you. Nope, it's not giving it to me. Odd. Anyways, look it up online, please. If I find it before the end of the meeting, I'll share it. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor Pauls.
Thanks, Acting Mayor Crutch. I've got 4 public service announcements. 2 outstanding events this weekend on Saturday, June 21st. The first one at 11 a.m., the Uli Stairs bench ceremony ribbon cutting. If you recall, I was very pleased. My council colleagues gave me unanimous support to do a co-funding, 50% funding share to put a memorial bench above the Uli Stairs right off of Mount Brow Boulevard that Councillor Pauls has used many times in her athletic years that I have not used yet, and I won't. However, I've used the city ones off Margate. Anyway, so this Saturday, June 21st at 11 a.m., Uli Stairs bench ceremony. The niece, Kathy Nitka, will be there. That was Uli's last name, Uli Nitka. The niece, Kathy, will be there. and organizers Daniela Buhner, Nina Webster, and all the Yulee faithful will be there. Looking forward to it. Huge, again, thank you to Manager Robert Wagner in our Public Works Department for helping with the bench ordering and the placking. Number 2, this Saturday as well, June 21st, at our Kings Forest Golf and Country Club, the Rick Woods 25th Annual Memorial Charity Golf Tournament is underway. I'm a very, very proud sponsor and have been for many years. Huge thank you and kudos to co-chairs Charlie Scabetta and Harvey Woodrow for organizing this event. About 150 golfers will be participating. Acting Mayor Kretsch, they have raised approximately $10,000 each year over 25 years. That's $250,000 in my mathematics, and that has all gone to our wonderful Hamilton Food Share charity. So great kudos at our end. They bring business to one of our 2 local golf courses at Kings Forest Golf and Country Club. So the Rick Woods Memorial, by the way, Rick was a compensation rep for many years at USW Local 5328, passed away sadly and tragically at the age of 50, and this golf tournament is in his memory. This Saturday, June 21st. And thirdly, Huntington Park Tennis and the tennis courts, constantly in a state of maintenance and upgrades. Someday I want to hopefully be able to do a full overhaul of the 4 courts, but there's a move on to resurrect growing interest in tennis, as specifically site-specific at Huntington Park, Acting Mayor Kretsch. And we're working on the Summer of 75. This will be the 50th anniversary of the Huntington Park tennis courts in existence. There's a group led by tennis ambassador, I call him, Dave Millard, along with Rosemary Goodwin from Tennis Canada and Ontario Tennis Organizations. We're hoping to do something real special this September. So stay in touch, and thank you for manager Carly Brush and all the great work she's doing in the meantime. And lastly, Acting Mayor Kretsch, since there'll only be, I think, a special council meeting on June 28th following a special planning meeting, I believe, so there will hardly be any time there, I believe, for any statements. Pardon me? 25th, thank you. So I doubt that there'll be hardly any time for statements. I just want to say happy birthday, in my humble opinion, to still the greatest country in the world, Canada. It's 158th birthday on July 1st. It's funny, I don't see droves of people leaving this great country for other parts of the world, but I see many, many refugees, immigrants, and those in despair, and those just trying to survive, trying to make their way to this great country of ours. We have a lot of history to correct, but in the meantime, moving forward, my family and my ancestors were so blessed to arrive in this great country of Canada. Happy birthday, Canada, on July 1st. Thank you, Acting Mayor Kretsch.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson, for saying about the anthem. This morning when we sang it, I always get chills every time we sing "O Canada." I really do. I remember coming to Canada as a little girl, and I'm blessed and thank God every day that I came to Canada. So thank you for bringing that up. A couple of things. We talked about Carter coming back, a young man that now is, plays hockey, and Shay. And then we talked about Councillor Nan, the sport she's doing, how important sport is to our children for their dreams to come true, how great it is. And this morning, when Rick talked about mentoring kids, it brought chills to me, because over 40,000 children he inspired to do something with their life. And it's amazing to me. And one of them was Sam Marula, who was one of our colleagues here. And I was just touched by it. So I just want to bring that attention, how important our city of Hamilton is to introduce sports, to introduce culture, arts. It's very important because it brings dreams come true to these kids. So I just wanted to say that. But I do want to say that Vesta Italia is having 50 years Expo, June 21st and June 22nd at 420 Carrard Drive. That's the new Hamilton Italian Center, and it's in Ward 7. I love it. I go there all the time. So it's a great place. So if you want to go to see the Expo, It'll be June 21st and 26th, and it's all day. And also, I want to say that I went to the Sound of Music on Concession Street last Saturday. It was packed. It was unbelievable. People happy, walking, the streets closed. It's a festive time. So I just want to say that it's happening again this Saturday, and it's from 10 to 5. So if you want to come and support Concession Street, I feel like Concession is the downtown of the mountain. So come and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I did state that I wanted to come back and the actual number for an emergency call to the Ministry of Environment for a spill for an odor is 1-800-268-6060. That's 1-800-268-6060. And so folks in Ward 9 and Ward 5, if you're experiencing that horrendous odor, feel free to call and report that. It is deemed a spill. That's open 24/7, and of course the other number I gave you earlier. And before I give up the floor, I would remind folks in Ward 9 that on June 25th, there's a special planning meeting that is going to be dealing with Alfreda and 20 Road. They are applications to expand the urban boundary. White Church, thank you. Their application to expand the urban boundary. Council has voted to retain the urban boundary. The province gave planners and landowners the opportunity to do this on their own and come forward with these applications. I'm encouraging residents to write to the clerk at hamilton.ca, with their concerns, with their opinions about these expansions. It's important that we hear from residents before we make our final determination on that date. And I just thank anyone that writes into us. It's really important that we get that. It is so important, that meeting. I had a roundtable scheduled for that day at 6 o'clock. I don't think that we're going to be finished by 6 o'clock, so I'm canceling that roundtable and we'll reschedule it at another time to ensure that I can stay for the entirety of the hearing on the Alfreda land application. Thank you very much, sir.
Councillor McMeekin.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Wasn't going to speak, but then some of the other colleagues have twigged some ideas. Let me start by saying I really appreciate Councillor Clark's current, very recent comments about the urban boundary. 77% of the Alfreda lands that are before us as an urban boundary expansion are Class 1 agricultural lands. And we had quite a spirited discussion at the Hamilton Agriculture Rural Affairs Advisory Committee. I just flagged that, so it really is important. An interesting poll I came across the other day that shows that there are 13 U.S. states that would be prepared under the right set of circumstances to apply to become our 11th province. And I think the mindset around some of the tense tariff filled anxiety is beginning to catch hold south of the border, which I think is good. At the local level, I look forward, notwithstanding the fact I'm a big Maple Leaf fan, to Carter Verhaeghe bringing the Stanley Cup to Waterdown one more time. We drew a huge crowd when he appeared at the Harry Howell Arena recently, and it's we need to do everything we can to inspire our young kids to come out and be part of that. There'll be a sod turning very soon out in Waterdown with the new fire police compound. I'm told that could happen next couple of weeks. We have a major bridge project, which I just want to flag again. You may recall I've spoken to this before. The busiest road in all of Waterdown, Ward 15, is Dundas Street. For the next 2 years, starting very soon, traffic is going to be able to flow in one direction only for 2025 and the other direction 2026. That's going to put enormous pressure on Parkside Drive. The director of transportation joined me for the 3-hour auto tour. I took my wife's car because I wanted to hit the potholes. If I had done it in my car wouldn't have survived. So we managed to hit a few potholes and look at things. At 4:20 in the afternoon, Parkside Drive was backed up from Hamilton from a 2-kilometer stretch all the way to Evans Road. That traffic is going to triple in the next little while. So I just want to flag that. There were a couple of community meetings which offered up some suggestions, and to their credit, and I mentioned this yeah, no, that's good. I want, we all need to be active. Background music, right? I think I was talking about the bridge, and we had a lot of very good ideas that came forward, and we're struggling now because apparently the contract was let for the work before there was any consultation in the community. And Tammy Wang did talk of that meeting. Thank you ever since that meeting about the need for preemptive engagement. So that's slowed the project down, and the response in the community has been one of confusion. I'm taking every opportunity I can to say, if it weren't for the community council meetings that we had, albeit them late in that process, some of the things that are changing here at City Hall would not have happened. So thank you very much, Waterdown community. And they seem to be content with that at the moment. But I just want to flag, this consultation issue that comes up is a serious one. We value and gain value and respect and trust when we use words like collaboration and engagement authentically. And I know we're making some good moves in that direction, which I'm helpful for. But I wanted just to flag it because the impact on a community like Waterdown is going to be very, very, very dramatic. The only other very, very, very statement I made was when Premier Ford said he was very, very, very sorry he broke his promise on the Greenbelt. Anyhow, that's another day. Maybe it's June 25th. Thanks.
Thank you. And to use her remaining time, Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Just wanted to piggyback when Councillor Clark was looking for the spills number. I had it right on hand because there was a subsequent piece that I wanted to raise here as a statement of members' privilege. On April 1st, folks will remember that the City of Hamilton's Blue Box service transitioned under the provincial regulation to MTerra. And MTerra is a subcontract under Circular Materials, the producer responsibility organization, working on behalf of producers of paper and packaging materials as part of the provincial regulation. And they decided to take over a facility in Ward 3, 15 Bigger Avenue, where they are basically using the facility to take all of the materials that are collected at curbside, bring them into this facility, sort them at this facility, and then continue through their process between Circular Materials and MTerra. We have had a number of complaints come forward through the Ward 3 office from folks who are working inside the cotton factory Factory, as well as, and more importantly, all of the residential neighbors on Bigger Avenue and adjacent who are complaining about the air, they're complaining about the noise, they're complaining about the odor, and not unlike my colleague in Ward 9 and our residents and what they've had to deal with GFL, we are getting in on this issue bright and early as soon as possible to raise these concerns directly with the producer or the operator, Mterra, as well as Circular Materials. So for Ward 3 residents, I think it's really important for everybody to understand the city is no longer responsible for blue bin collection. It is under the responsibility of Circular Materials. If you have concerns about your air quality, if you have concerns about the odor, the noise, all of that is in the jurisdictional realm of the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. Right. And you have a spills line that you can call in every single issue and incident of complaint to 1-800-268-6060 or our local MECP office at 905-521-2650. I'm encouraging Ward 3 residents, when you do call in, request a reference number for your complaint so that we can track each and every single one of your complaints and get clear about what kind of response you're getting back from the ministry. Also, when you contact Circular Materials at 1-877-667-2626 or by email at info@circularmaterials.ca, you again ask them to reply back to you with a confirmation number and or reference number. Again, it's really important that my office be able to support your organizing in the community, and we're happy to do so. And just a reminder again, the city's role here is really just about a business license and permitting and zoning, and as we've noted, we're trying to get that information verified by the city authority, but truly this is the realm and the jurisdiction of the province, and also an operational accountability to Circular Materials, who I will also add and give due recognition to are open to a community meeting that they will be hosting in Ward 3 adjacent to their new facility. And once we have a confirmation of a date and meeting time, we'll be circulating that information for Ward 3 residents and businesses that have been impacted. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. I've never made a statement by members ever, but I'm taking the privilege to do it now. You all appointed me to the Police Services Board, so you deserve to know, right from me, how it's all wrapped up. Over a year ago, on March 8th, 2024, the Ontario Civilian Police Commission suspended me from the Hamilton Police Service Board. The OCPC did this to investigate a complaint filed by the board alleging I violated its code of conduct. The OCPC has now closed the investigation and their file on the matter and has reinstated me to the board. I'll be attending this month's meeting on the board on June 26th. This was an exhaustive investigation. The OCPC reviewed meeting minutes and emails, watched many hours of meeting videos, and conducted several interviews before reaching their decision. After 15 months, they dismissed the allegations against me, stating there was either no evidence to support them or they did not rise to the level of misconduct. I'd hoped to be able to share the OCPC's findings with the public at the conclusion of their investigation, but the executive chair of Tribunals Ontario has ruled they will not be released to anyone, including myself or the board. I was personally provided with a summary of the findings against me, but I've been cautioned not to release them by the executive chair. I have, however, been granted permission to share some information at a high level. Overall, the OCPC found the following. There was no evidence to support the complaints filed against me by individual members of the board. The motion I put forward regarding board surpluses at the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee did not constitute misconduct. The comments I made online, though I was cautioned against making similar comments online in the future, did not constitute misconduct. My attendance at a rally to support the family of Erickson Cabrera did not constitute misconduct. They also found I took my duties as a member of the board seriously and I was an active participant in board meetings and processes, and that I consistently promoted transparency, accountability, and better governance, and I was met with resistance from the board when attempting to do so. I'm glad this ordeal is over. These complaints and the subsequent investigation by the OCPC served to silence my voice as a public representative on the board for more than a year. Going forward, I intend to continue to use my time on the board as a voice for the public. It's in everyone's interests to uphold the values of transparency, accountability, and good governance, and I will not waver in my dedication to those values. I appreciate everyone who's reached out to me, supported me, and offered encouragement and care. I'm especially grateful for the legal support of my lawyer, Wade Poziomka, and fellow board member, Anjali Menezes. The work of standing up in the face of injustice is collective, carried by everyone in our community, and a testament to the strength and resilience Hamiltonians are known for. Our work continues. Thank you. Seeing no further speakers on the list, we'll go to the next item. Just a second. We're now into private and confidential. So the first thing we'll do is go to the closed session minutes from May 28th, 2025. May I have a motion to approve the closed session minutes of that meeting? Only a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Francis. This is a show of hands vote on the closed session minutes. All those in favor, please indicate by show of hand. That's carried. I'll ask for a mover and seconder, and then I'll read the part out, but I'd like to have a mover and seconder first to go into a closed session. Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Taddison, pursuant to section, one moment, I want to make sure I get this right. To consider items 12.3, 12.4, 12.5, and add item 12.6, pursuant to section 9.3, subsections B, C, D, F, and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 239.2, subsections B, C, D, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act as amended. As the subject matter pertained to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including city or local board employees, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land for city or local board purposes, labor relations, or employee negotiations, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the City of Hamilton or local board. We have a mover and a seconder. Can I have your electronic vote at this time? Oh, sorry, if anyone wants to speak to it, I apologize. Go ahead, yes.
Sorry, what was the item? 12.6 was the
added item, I believe,
okay,
yes.
So I'd like to oppose 12.6 in the minutes, please.
Sorry, I just want to confirm that it's not 12.6, it's items 12.3, 12.4, and 12.5 is the added item.
So 12.5 is the added
Yes,
item.
pardon my counting.
That's okay.
Yes, my bad counting.
So I'd like to be recorded as opposed to going in camera for 12.5 because I do not have any documentation.
Sure, so what we're going to do is we're going to, well, hold on a second, I have to think about this for a moment. Yeah, that's fine. So we'll just do a separate vote on the 12.5. So we'll do that first. So first on 12.5. Yeah, we do have a mover and seconder, yep. And that's up. And that carries 11-1. Now to the balance of the items to go into our closed session for. That motion is before us at this time.
See the votes. I know you slide votes happening. So if we just all see the vote displayed.
Yeah, unfortunately, the vote didn't come up. The only person opposed was Councillor Clark to that one, and so everybody else voted in favor.
Thank you.
This is the vote coming up now. It's just on the balance. And that vote is up at this time. But thanks for everyone's patience today with the slightly amended technology in this room. And that carries 12-0. On that note, we will now go into our closed session. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session. I'll ask folks who are not involved in the meeting's closed session items to leave the room or exit the WebEx at this time. We'll wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening an open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. At this point, we'll probably take about 5 minutes to do this, and then we will reconvene in closed session. Thank you.
Confirm if Debbie is good for us to go. I'm going to say that one.
We are back in open session at this time. Welcome back again to the June 18th meeting of City Council. Still your chair, or to City Councilor Cameron Kretsch. We have a few items to approve in our open session from our closed session discussion. 12.3, HSC 25035, potential development of a sport training facility. May I have a motion to approve the directions to staff and maintain the confidentiality of the report? Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Beattie. We need an electronic vote at this time. Councillor Jackson, Councillor Francis, and Councillor McMeekin are all in favor.
Councillor Clark.
As is Councillor Clark. The vote is up, so you can indicate online if you wish.
McMeekin, Jackson, Clark, and Taddison.
Councillor Taddison is also in favor. I believe we're tabulating the vote at this time. Tabulating. And that carries 11-0. Sorry, we're having a bit of a synchronization issue. I was listening to the clerks who were telling me the result from our machines here. On 12.4, the Hamilton Ontario Water Employees Association Howiya Bargaining Update Confidential Presentation. May I have a motion to receive and maintain the confidentiality of the presentation? Moved by Councillor Huang, seconded by Councillor Taddison. We'll need an electronic vote on that at this time. And those in favor manually are Councillors Francis, Councillor Jackson, Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Clark. Vote is up electronically for those inclined.
Carries 11-0.
And that also carries 11-0. Code of Conduct complaint process. May I have a motion to maintain the confidentiality of the discussion? Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Huang, seconded by Councillor Nan. We also have an electronic vote or manual vote. Those in favor with manual are Councillor Jackson, Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Francis, Councillor Clark, and then the rest of us can vote electronically. And that also carries 11-0. Now we have the last bit and then another last bit, bylaws and adjournment. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I have the motion on the bills, please?
Thank you. It's moved by myself, seconded by yourself, that the bills number 25
One moment, sorry, we're having a mild audio issue. Councillor Maureen Wilson, we're just going to address that and then you can start again. Just one moment. Sorry.
While we're just adjusting the volume for those online and those members of the public, just a reminder that the bills include number 123 through 130 now, including the by-election bylaw. Sorry, 121 through 130.
Thank you. Would you try again, Councillor Maureen Wilson?
Yes, I will.
Go ahead. Thank you.
It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Kretsch, that the bills number 25-121 to number 25-130 be passed, and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto, and that the bylaws be numbered, be signed by the mayor and the city clerk. To be read as follows.
Thank you very much. And so there'll be a vote on that as well, electronically or manually. Again, manually, Councillor Nan this time, Councillor Jackson, Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Francis, and Councillor Clark are in favor. And then submit vote. That carries 11-0. Thank you very much. And now we're on to adjournment. Today's meeting is adjourned at 5:05 p.m. See you again, folks.